All right. Howdy. Good evening. Good morning. Good everything wherever you are. It is officially time. Time for what, you may ask? The Octane Semifinals. We are on our way to the last qualifying event for collegiate competition in Octane. I guess today, because tomorrow's finals. Tomorrow's graduate finals. Tomorrow we take the top 20 teams, we send them into the action, and we will crown one the victor. A little bit of prizing on the board. Waffles, welcome to Howdy Howdy. It has been a big break. I mean, think about this. It has been over 2 weeks since we have seen our competitors interact. The closest thing we got was some minor scrims earlier this week. I'm not going to get into that, the fact that we didn't have Wednesday scrims, but beyond that, also additionally, you know, we had ECAC, we got to see USM, Cumberland kind of go at it. Kind of a know-nothing. So the reality is, it has been a huge break, not much has occurred, and we don't even know where any of these teams lie after 14 games because, heck, Scrims weren't even that much to say. So, I mean, oh, that's scoreboard. Hold on. What is this guy doing? What is this little guy doing? We're going to get into the action. I'll start explaining some of the drops and stuff in a second. But first, look at the baby. Look at the baby. He's just kind of hanging around. He really likes that sock, apparently. And so I started putting the sock in the cage with him because, I mean, you can tell. Look at that. It is just, I don't know why he likes it so much. It's a little cozy sock that I wear on my feet, and it's kind of soft, but I like it. Hey, look, little Cowboy Zephyr, Cowboy Nessie. Anyways, he's an adorable little guy. He's a cute little dude. And so, yeah. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Coco. Welcome, Kindly Monkey. Welcome to the stream. And, today's semifinals. That is an apt emote for Lewis. I would agree. Oh, look, he's cleaning himself. Good job, buddy. Good job. You and Lewis both enjoy the texture of the sock. That is true. I wear it. He wears it. My God, he's getting in there. This is good, though. This is healthy. His little pretzel shape that he's got going on right now. This is, fun fact, cats have to learn to clean themselves. That is not like an innate skill. It's through grooming processes of their mother that they figure out. Lewis digging in their butt. Lewis digging in their butt, twin. He going crazy in there. He cleaning up. He's a ferocious feline. Anyways, you'll be able to see him all day long. There he is in the bottom left. He's still gonna get at it, and we'll see how he develops. I'm not gonna think about it anymore. All right, so semifinals A. Let's start here because we've got the teams. I have been permitted to watch semifinals A. Semifinals B. That'll be over on Octane Collegiate. You can click it down below. Hello. Hey, Alistair. That's my goat. Hello, Zany. Hello. Yes. Where are the Niners? The Niners? Well, I'll tell you what. Charlotte Niners, they were missing one of their star-studded players, and in a moment of failure, were unable to make it through. And so, if they had that, they win it. We will see you next season. All right. There you go. Some Charlotte Niners love. We're going to be contenders, Warriors. Hey, got to make it through preseason qualifiers. Mind you, we're coming to the end of college here, folks. This is today's semifinals, tomorrow finals. No Cumberland, definitely below 8.0 first game. Hey, for those of you who've already noticed it, we got some time on the clock to get into it, but the bet is still live, all right? You can calculate whether or not we're going to end up in an 8.0 quality. If you don't know what that means, on Overstat, at the end of the first game, it gives us a quality score, and so typically, especially because we've got Bellevue in this roster, might be rough. Black by Purdue. Is Purdue Black in this lobby? No. Purdue Black is in semifinals B. You will have to check out the Octane stream. Say numbers 1 through 10. 1, 2, 3. My apologies, misplays. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Anyways. Why is this guy doing a countdown? You asked, bro. Anyways, number 1 in the lobby today, Bellevue University, after their win from the match point finals, they will be the number 1 seed coming into semifinals A. Of course, this was ping-ponged back and forth. So if you ended up, I believe in, what was it, the upper round evens, the lower round 3 odds, that's how you got in there. The hell, I thought y'all got semis right now. It has not started yet. Hard start in question. All right. Not Koryu, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the redemption. I appreciate that. Of course, KSU Gold, that's who's misplays here. Starting hard. No, hardly starting. He'll be in the lobby today, number 2 seed. coming into the lobby. Ottawa Braves, the Cheater Squad, redeemed. Fisher Esports, Dom2 Cracked, Serial Cat, and of course Sloth. KSU Black, the other Kennesaw State lobby. The Western Outlaws, Alabama, Utah Valley Black, Minnesota State Mavericks, who are kind of in it. How was the Valhalla stream? Dude, the Valhalla stream was amazing. For those of you who don't know, that was the high school league. And honestly, I'm not kidding you, Mr. Nacho Man. I feel like that was one of the more fun, like, competitions of Apex I've ever gotten to watch. And there was only 10 teams. It was insane. Zephyrcash, you owe me a fight song. Oh, I do owe you a fight song. Owe you fight song. I swear to God, it comes right up now because I've looked it up so many times. Yes. Interceder, you redeemed this last time and my keyboard broke. We've fixed it since then. Here you go. Classic owe you fight song. There you go, buddy. OU Esports playing in semifinals B today. 13th seed coming through. We'll see if they make it forward. Probably a chance. Hey, Singular Frog. Thanks for the 3-stream streak. I appreciate that, by the way. There you go, buddy. All right. Boomer. They're going to say it in chat in like 10 seconds. Anyways, used to playing it and won 2 years in a row and stopped playing. Yeah, there's definitely some interesting characters in there, but it was very fun to watch. It was very cool. I would actually watch again if it was 20 teams. I agree. I'm going to work with them. Also, this is really cool. Because of that stream and because of the attention y'all gave high school in the Valhalla, they've actually decided to re-add the competition to their LAN. So because you guys came out and supported it and you were actually so interested in watching it, they have decided to re-add the competition so that the kids have something to play with next spring. Where is CSUF? I thought they were in. Yeah, they're here. They are, where are they? 12th. Yeah. There you go. Passion. That's what you guys got. That's what this stream is all about today. That's what it's ever about. Bet my teammate allow. Oh, speaking of bet, there is only 2 minutes on the clock. Last chance to get your bets in. We've already got 5.3K channel points on the line. The under is the definitive option for most of you players out there. 8.0 quality. That's what we're looking for. You got stuck casting the under 2.5 lobby quality group? I don't know. So are they going to be at a full sale LAN? I believe it's going to be online, Mr. Nacho. I believe it will be an online competition. Let's go ISU. Let's go CSU. Let's go. Who knows? Down the list here, top 10 coming from the Premier League Finals. Of course, you can see the upper two. Round 2 was Augusta, CSU, Fullerton Blue, the Florida Gators, Texas A&M White, the West Virginia Wesleyan Kaiju Squad, and then you've got Kaiser Navy with a remarkable lower round 3. Texas A&M Maroon, who had to play back into it after a duo in upper round 2. The Iowa State Farmers, Mr. Group T in this lobby, Gamerhawks Navy, and, of course, UT Tyler Esport, Jonkler, and Cross. Do you know if NT Rose is in here? There is no Arkansas, so no NT Rose. Did not manage to make it. I thought UFC Exodus was in the lobby you're watching. No, sadly, that is semifinals B, Zany. So if you want to check that out, that's an Octane Collegiate. But hey, I'd love to have you here if you would stay. Of course, Full Sail LAN, that is, Swanky, that's for high school. That's a high school competition. But it's not for Apex. So that'll be something else. Need a hot take of who's not making top 10 today. All right, well, Minnesota State Mavericks. They're probably not, but I don't know if that's a hot take. Bellevue's making it, KSU Gold's making it, KSU Black, Fisher, and Ottawa. So these top 5 are definitely making it. I think Gamerhawks don't. Tyler doesn't. I think Tamu White finally meets their maker today. It's either Tamu White or Tamu Maroon. One of them's not making it today, and I have my faith in Maroon squad because they are the varsity. But I mean, they've been barely squeaking by. So either one of the Tamu squads might be out of this one, man. No matter how much gigums I give it, it could be all said and done. I don't think Kaiser Navy make it. I think ISU Farmers are going to shit the bed for half of the games and then have one legendary return from Group T and squad, and then they're going to qualify. Did SJSU not make it? No, SJSU is in the competition. Their lower team did not. SJSU Blue is on the right side, as you can see there. They're the 4th seed in Semifinals B. ISU will end 8th through 12th, just don't know which one. Exactly. There you go. Yeah. Bellevue, Cumberland, USM. Cumberland makes it. Cumberland just won. So in semifinals B, Cumberland makes it. Southern Miss will make it. Utah for sure. SJSU maybe not. We'll see. UC Exodus probably fine. Illini Orange, we'll see. St. Clair, we'll see. Blue Falcons, they're either really good or really not. Temple Cherry, it's up to Dash to carry. Southeastern might meet their maker, but sometimes they really play well. University of Ottawa Gaming Garnet there. We'll see how they do. The Guelph Griffins are in the lobby, though, so you got future streams at the ready. I don't know if Southeastern's playing as a duo. I'm not in that lobby. So far, looking at the other lobby, as of right now, everyone is here in the lobby except for Florida and Ottawa Braves and UT Tyler. So Ottawa just gained TK. TK is going to fill in today for the Ottawa Braves as I look at my second PC. And then, yeah, Florida's missing one, and UT Tyler is missing one in our current lobby right now. So we'll see. I mean, kind of sucks. Or, oh yeah, here's drops. Of course, today is an 8-game match point series. Let me get the scoreboard pinned in chat for y'all before I forget. By the way, we have over 5 minutes till games start. So that's why I'm kind of lollygagging through it here. Here you go. Manually unpin. Match point. No, it's an 8-game format. My apologies. Did I say match point? I meant to say 8-game. It's just an 8-game series. 8-game series, not match point. I'm going through the motions a little too hard right now. If I'm correct, I believe E District is the 2 map. So I believe it's 3-2-3. So I believe, if I'm correct, it should be 3 maps Storm Point, 2 maps E District, 3 maps World's Edge. Why is ED 2 maps? I don't know. You should cast the game, but just have Lewis up full screened. I don't know about that. Anyways, we're going to start in Storm Point, so that's the big one of the day. Let's get this chatted because we are less than 5 minutes away from the game starting. As I can see, we are going to be starting without one member from the Florida Gators and Tyler, but we'll get into that a little bit later. This is the question we're all questioning. Echo HD. That is where Bellevue University are going to start here. Now, Kennesaw Black, I don't have any expectations for them to get caught out here, but Fisher is also a semi-aggro squad. I'd be very curious to see if we get that early Bellevue versus Fisher kind of action there. It just really depends on how things end out. Something to note is that there is this massive separation without the mountain lift in play. Cliffside was taken, but could see some action there. Of course, on the other side of the map, that's where we will see teams. Where's KSU? There they are. Cedo Station. Never, ever anywhere but Cedo Station. Kennesaw Gold. That is their standard pick of the poison. I wouldn't be surprised if they picked it almost first. No, they actually picked Siphon first, so they were able to get it. No shit, they got it all the way. Wait, no, that's Kennesaw there. Did they get it first down here? Where is Kennesaw? I wish I could read this better. Someone needs to make this so you can actually read the team names when you go down it. Double negative, that is my request to you. Okay, yeah, they did get Cedo Station first. They were the second pick. Lobby point would jump a hole too if BU and Fisher fight earlier. Yeah, I mean, like I said, you guys put your bets on the under. Borisak, glorping on him. All right, so anyways, there you go. Of course, the Ottawa Braves are going to be in Ferrari there. Alabama has to be careful, but I will say with Maroon and the ISU Farmers not or quite nearby, could potentially see them rotate there. Of course, down the list, we talked about Kennesaw Black here. We will jump into our kind of bottom-ended teams. Western Outlaws, not much to say there. They are, they're in Stormcatcher. You got the Minnesota State Mavericks, the Florida Gators. Yeah, kind of this bottom half of the Premier squad is all centralated right here. There's Augusta to join them as well. So, ISU Farmers make me damp. Whew. It depends, man. They could choke out. If they choke out, I'm as dry as a, I don't know, something very dry. The H4P collusion incoming. I don't know. No one went Devastated Coast. Yeah, I wonder why. We got Bellevue on one side, Fisher on the other. I would pick Cliffside too. Yeah, it looks like they picked it immediately. Bellevue's first pick was Echo HD, and then Fisher's first pick was Launchpad. So people knew from the first 4 picks that Devastated Coast was basically eliminated, right? And so that's why you probably had teams like Gamerhawks Navy end up going Cliffside instead, or some of these lesser-known picks. Bean was not selected, but you have to have a kind of good strategy there. CSUF Fullerton Blue, by the way, getting the Mills. That's a big one for them, I believe. Yeah, had to have been a first pick. Otherwise, Maroon would have taken that. So, anyways, that is the gist, the lay of the land. No way, look at World's Edge. BU at Epi. Yeah, they're at Epicenter. We'll talk about this a little bit later when we get into games, 6, 7, 8. But yeah, Bellevue in Epicenter there. That's kind of a weird one. No one in Dome. Iowa Farmers going to send it on to Gamerhawks there. We'll see how that develops. Florida Gators could also be privy to threat. Kind of some bad pickups. Fisher for Fisher. Climatizer's getting obliterated. Yeah. Alabama, Overlook, Tyler, Florida State Garnet. I mean, this is tough. West Skyhook, East Skyhook, Fissure. That's kind of a disgusting with landslide. This upper northwestern corner is kind of a bullshit spot to be. You got Ottawa, Fisher, Kennesaw, Gold. That's rough. All right, guys. One last check of the Lewis cam. He's nodding off. He's falling asleep before we get into game. All right. For those of you who are just joining us, top 10 move on. Top 10 eliminated. Countdown has Kaiser too. So much ape going on there. Yeah, I don't know how Kaiser's going to do today. We had a lot of really good expectations from them coming off of last week. And the question is, can they pull off that same Cinderella story or just the consistency necessary to keep up with these premier level teams? Because we'll talk about it a little bit later on. We're starting to get to the point where it doesn't matter anymore because there's no more open teams. Most of the contenders teams are eliminated. And there will definitely be 1 or 2 switch-ups. Like, for example, I think Oklahoma makes it in, right? I think you'd be hard-pressed not to see Oklahoma make it into the tournament. But that does ultimately mean a premier team's got to go, right? And already we've seen a handful of premier teams eliminated just in the natural bracket format. Future Streams did make it. Future Streams is in Semifinals B. If you want to check out the man, the myth, the legend, the confused, Future Streams is in Semifinals B. By the way, shout out to you guys on the draft stream earlier this week. That was absolutely nutty. Something 150 something plus viewers. I'd take that every day of the week, but it just tells me I got to make more events. More events for all of y'all. All right, we're into it. 20 squads on the board here. We talked about the drops. I'm most curious to see how Echo HQ potentially evolves here as this game, well, sprawls out. Same to be said with the Ottawa Braves, Alabama, Maroon, ISU Farmers up there at the top. Other than that, though, it's the standard loot and boot right now.
Optics here. Mid-range.
I will take that.
Optics here.
Is Kindly Monkey playing? Should be. Oh, reminder, if you're just joining us for the first time ever, I do not control the observing. It's just me.
Energy ammo here.
It's just me. See this? No switching, no nothing. So the tune in with Ottawa Braves, this is going to be the establishment. Big stompers, big steppers. Already on their way to the northern pad. Alabama might not know what's going to hit them here. Guillermo, right sway, though, does spot them out.
On my marker.
But that is all the way back up on the further right there. I don't think that's going to stop Ottawa from potentially stepping up into the action. They're going to slowly cross that distance, as you can already hear. What was that nemesis we saw a little bit earlier on ringing through?
Let's go here.
Yeah, they've already split the distance. Now, granted, Bangalore, alter for height switch, the Valkyrie for the, well, jet up to the above. They've already pushed onto this roof here, and now they're in a situation where they're starting to pincer it in. What up, PD First? Pleasure to see you, a friend of the stream, ECAC GOAT. Raging Cajuns live in chat. So yeah, Alabama works their way back over to this height for now. They're going to try to snipe this one. But remember, this is one slow evolution of the Ottawa play. They've already made it to your POI. One bad crack, and you are done. Now, I haven't seen where the gas traps have developed themselves for Guillermo, but we'll see how that goes. Is A&M in here? Yes. In this lobby, there are two A&M teams. You got Texas A&M Maroon, which is the varsity squad coming from Premier League, Division 1. And then you have Texas A&M White coming from Contenders, Division 2, who's the JV team. Let's see who should keep an eye out for in here. Bellevue University, PD First, I don't know if you've gotten the opportunity to check them out, but Bellevue, the Bruins, they are absolutely terrifying. They won the Premier Match Point Finals previously, and well, teams like Ottawa, they're no slouches either. Cloaked, already up to height, the nade spam coming through, and you have pincered them from all angles. Alabama facing the first knock, and the teleport will barely save Guillermo down there, running for the skies, a jet away. Cloaked just as fast behind you to play. Flush found to the drop on Abysmal, turns this one right round, and like it was spelled out in the books before, Alabama sent on, destroyed, and the Braves with the first 3 KP of the broadcast. Gig 'em, by the way, Buttface Brown, gig 'em. There you go. There's the classic. There's that classic Texas A&M gig 'em. All right. Ottawa acting like alliance over here. Pick North Pad. I'm going to pick Friar and Int. That's something that tends to happen a lot in Collegiate, just because the skill disparity does present itself. Anyways, Western Outlaws, we saw them pressured back here for but a second. Shamals is on the inside from Minnesota State map. I just showed mine to the camera. Hey, I can... Aggie Spirit, that's all that matters. Aggie Spirit all day long. We got a poll towards the southwestern spot. Where's Trev Michi? Eliminated from the squad. Pearpod, friend of the Bellevue roster. Welcome, my friend. Your team likely to perform, I'd say, adequately. Bellevue University, we'll tune in with them, and right off the rip, Jukesy with the knockdown on the virus there. Gonna play for the heal for now. They're already 1 up here for Bellevue. Couple quick chases to the inside, and Vattery is watching that Newcastle res take place. The gas traps will delay them, but for a second, though. Gonna see if they can pull themselves back together against Kaisers. The gas is dangerous here. That mobile shield as Kaiser is able to get the full health return in the straight 3v3. Shout out in the kill feed. We got Fisher pushing against the Gamerhawks. Kaiser now looking for the return against the Bellevue roster, and this might be the first time I've seen them get some pressure against them. Jukesy low. Vattery almost broken there. The gas continuing to tick this one out, and Kaiser is more healthy. The problem is, they're cornered still. They've yet to make a move, and with 460 taking that chunk of damage, this just gives Bellevue confidence. Finally, Jukesy out from the side, and you basically begged them to do this to you. They might have dropped to the low ground, but that's going to be Ozek. First eliminated. Don't see the rest of them. You hear the heal, though. Very, very ridge. Looks like Jukesy the first to run into it as they're right around the corner, but Vattery is quick to follow through. Kaiser Navy down in 19th. Trev Michi played for Minnesota State. He did not join the roster physically there, and so had a couple issues ghosting them out and don't know exactly what occurred. And so that's their issue. That's Minnesota's problem, but it has definitely made a much of a struggle for the roster to get some stability for them. For those who don't know, Trev Michi was from ISU, and he transferred over, but things just kind of fell apart. Anyways, Kennesaw State Black, they're going to make sure these other rosters fall just as swiftly. I don't know if that's going to make its way through the wall there. Actually does manage to find it. Incendiary grenade and the double blast from Kindly Monkey. Monkey with the boom! Port for Port to try to steal, dashes round the back, and there goes Lock Sanity twiddling with his thumbs in the corner. Couple extra shots, and it is all Kindly Monkey all day long here. Mind you, this is a 1v3 exchange. Double cracks and a follow through from the other KSU squad. There might be collusion. There might be collusion. Gold and black together again. Shout out to Kindly Monkey. That was insane. Either way, Fisher Esports, we saw their initial assault against the Gamerhawks Navy. Here's to see if they'll follow through. Swanky Squid, if you're here still. Cayenne Drake just got knocked by Bellevue. West Virginia, they're down to potentially 2. All right. You hear the footies. You hear the steppies. Domju Cracked almost runs right into the Messi. Even still, though, Serial Cat with a quick response, and we'll say down to 2 for Minnesota. It's left up to Schmalls to finish the job for this roster. Meanwhile, West Virginia Wesleyan, Swanky, they are done and dusted. You've got aggro on all sides of the field. You either run into Fisher, you either run into KSU, or you run right into Bellevue. They just got that wipe onto West Virginia, and they're going to look to assault here. Keep this one going. Port for Port, 16 squads remaining. Bellevue's looking to take the 3v3. Someone at some point has to punish one of these rosters for taking a fight. For now, Jukesy, he'll be punished on a lack of aim, and there we go. Shots from afar. Only assume that might be the other Kennesaw roster. Misplays with a reestablishment of zone. This is the best zone team in the lobby. The height of collegiate competition. For those who don't know Kennesaw Gold, they have won multiple Octane finals. If there's anybody that can definitely keep this one together against Bellevue, this would be the best. Vattery now taking it up the rear. It's not the perfect push for Bellevue University, and you have to be so careful because misplays, lying in wait, shields available. Big break there on the 45 from Wrecked Emporium, and they'll try to see if they can get that steal. Unable to spot it out. Just as quickly as they get the read, it is lost. Mind you, KSU Black in a fight of their own against Utah Valley. They've got the double knocks down and might be finishing the job out there towards the west. Let's take a look at CSUF Fullerton Blue, because they've decided to third-party this exchange between KSU and UVU. Hopefully, the KSU Gold v. Bellevue thing doesn't completely explode here, but it really is just a quick cleanup. There's Schmiggles full thirsted, and I think KSU Black has that building towards their edge. We'll jump back into it. Bellevue University takes too long, and just as quickly as they try to sing their song, the bird goes silent here. The Bruins eliminated in 16th, a follow-through from Fisher. When you get this high in the lobby, you finally have punishment on the board. Still, 2v2 situation for KSU Gold, peeking around the edge. Domju Cracked obliterates and shreds. And I wouldn't even say that's a third party, but just as quickly as that comes through, it is the Gamerhawks returning. Now, don't let them get this reset, Gamerhawks. You see the port play back into the building. The hot dog is available. Instead, the Gamerhawks Navy are going to let Fisher Esports. They're just going to get a run for their money. We take a look at the zone. Farmers, the only team out of it. Utah Valley back recovering as a solo out west here. Badger's going to fly this one out. Try to see if they can get it. Braves, they're playing God Rock for now, and they just saw that. Okay, Fisher wins game 1. Time to go watch Joaquin. Hey, Matthew, you cannot make that prediction early. We got no Bellevue. We got no KSU Gold. It could be anyone's game. Iowa State Farmers, they're going to rotate back through Barometer. And for a lot of these teams who predicted the bean and further, we are going back to the heart of the Barometer POI. Now, Minnesota, we're just here. I don't know if it's the full squad or if it, yes, it's just Schmalls. ISU Farmers, one of the first few teams to have height. Now, this is an 8-game series, PD. Iowa State Farmers fighting for fighting. They want this height to their own. You can hear the climb right up above. Kamalia goes immediately with the crack onto the Newcastle. That's a beautiful knock if you can find it, but you've got to retreat this one back. Gamerhawks Navy, mind you, did not finish off Fisher Esports, so there's always the chance that they could third-party this fight here from the other side of Barometer. For now, they'll take their time to heal, as Farmers do have the health advantage to their name. They're just going to try to ink their way into this fight, step by step. Let that capillary action make itself count. There you go. Long-range rotations means long-range knocks. Mystical Maverick. Kind of a bad choice at that. I don't know why you're watching this from that far away. All right, it's the return potentially of the Farmers, but they've got a long way to go, Matthew. CSUF Fullerton's got a much better position than them, as we'll see the rest of these rosters try to reorient themselves. You see that big flying is now the Ottawa Braves up on God Rock. 18 seconds to go. They do not have a position in zone. They do have cloaked on that re-association with the Valkyrie ultimate, but Utah Valley Black has earned their ire. Down, low, and more. Yeah, Cloak's just going to have to Valk ult here. We're going to see that Valkyrie is one of the very first banned legends coming off of this game because it just provides so much individual safety. Florida Garnet, we just saw them re-rotate in. They found themselves to the low ground here, so tough for them. Florida Gators, like I said earlier, were a duo at the beginning of this game, and Kennesaw Black has done a great job holding them to the edge. They're going to be able to play this Spider's Choke, and actually the Pineapple building for a bit longer. You can see Maroon flying in there not far from behind. Now, the Iowa Braves saw them Valk ult, but they only managed to come to the center of Beam. They did not fly further than Beam. They're going to let these teams rotate out in front of them. Ottawa wants to fight this step by step. The reappropriation to the interior here as now Limbo with a drop onto Swifty. It's a full thirst against the Tamu Maroon squad. They'll be forced to play behind in the bridge. Gamerhawks finally finished out by Fisher as KSU Black. They're going to take this nut building completely for their own here. No longer allowed to play separate. It's a bit of a shame. Swifty tried to set that up with caustic gas traps, and now Tamu Maroon down to a duo. We know there's an Ottawa Braves not far behind, and this sucks because they have such a good endgame position. If they just hadn't gotten wiped down there, Ottawa's going to follow through with that. The rest of the lobby, though, time and a half to go here. Everyone in Barometer. It feels like we're constantly ring around the rosy. Into the POI, out of the POI, back to the POI, out of the POI. Tamu White, one of those few teams that is out of it, as Texas A&M Maroon moves out on Naver. It is now just up to pair. You see a couple of those big snipes who finish the job. It is a full thirst at the hands of Fisher and KSU Black. One fly to the sky there is it's a single point of damage knock from Truthfully against the Gators. 10 squads remaining, and this is where the placements really begin to count. UV will be wiped out. Fisher Esports, they've done a great job wiping this northern side of Barometer, but now getting rotated through the back. Sloth peppered by Texas A&M White, who are also finding double knocks down against Augusta here. They're going to turn their attention now back over towards Tamu/Augustus. Fisher, they got to see how they're going to rotate or walk this one in. Grap, Kraber in hand. If that survives to the end game, I want some Kraber analysis. Tamu's making the cross to the exterior where we just saw Fisher playing. This still isn't an answer of how to get into zone here. This is a very open-ended zone. Thankfully, Ark, one of the few players that never lets go of that Rampart. He is a Rampart fiend. Charge rifle Rampart, charge rifle Rampart. It's always how it goes for this man. You'll see he's kind of whiffing those shots early today, but those walls might be big here in a second because here comes the zone. Sheila out and ready to go. Augusta Esports does got much more for them as Florida. It ain't better either. Iowa State Farmers, mind you, trying to hold out into height as we will see Augusta eliminated at the hands of Tamu White there. The Farmers, Fisher moving into them. Unless they get this revive off, there's the re-knock onto Kamal, and Fisher get height to their own. Well, here's the thing, though. They are separated. Dom is separated, runs into Schmalls. Fisher, I think they got a little too egotistical here. Stuck alone, they're paying the price. Now, Texas A&M White, not much better than themselves here. That'll be it for the Farmers, caught out. Meanwhile, a full wipe down on the no-use. We'll say goodbye to half of these rosters in the lickety-split-schleck-and-flat. Full thirst against Texas A&M White as Ottawa are representing. All right, Tamu White flying, KSU Black in the nut building, CSUF South, Fisher on the other side. It could be Fisher, it could be Ottawa. We'll see how it goes. CSUF holding on for bridge for dear life, and you have to imagine it is a tough hold at that. Draft, one of the final remaining members from Tamu White, will inevitably be found out after that relocation. And we're down to our final 4 squads for game 1. Remember, folks, 8 games. It's going to take a damn while to get through this one today. Maybe Kindly Monkey can still win. Hey, KSU Black are definitely in the action here. No question at that. Limbox, Elixirs, Kindly Monkey. They're all ready to go.
Yeah, enemy spotted.
One of the few teams rocking the EMP. Mind you, CSUF is going to run into Fisher here shortly, given the rotation. Remember, Fisher's got to come across this bridge. I know Fisher's going to be long for this world, but shot in the back from afar, cloaked with a full thirst against Crimson Monkey, and we are down to the end here of this roster. One final remaining member for CSUF as Fisher slowly absorbs space, cloaked from the other side, and we got pincers from all angles. Fisher now point-blank POV against the likes of Ottawa, and KSU Black is going to take their time inside the building here. Out from around the bridge, Fisher slowly working their way into the edge of Ottawa there. Couple of extra shots of the Ottawa are on that other opposing bridge, and they've got a nice LOS here against the rotation from Fisher. Already double cracks broken. Kraber in the hands here of TK. RJ looking for that alternative angle. Has to be super careful with this. If he gets over peaked there, that's all said and done for you. Fisher will always be looking for this. No enforced move for yet as Fisher slide on through the missiles. My lord. Wait, doesn't Ottawa win this? Anything can happen. If Fisher send it on to Ottawa, it's a KSU Black cleanup. If they bide their time, I'd usually agree with you. KSU Black has the worst position to deal with. They're hoping some kind of fight breaks out here because break for break, they need something to save them. 2 bullets left in the chamber for TK as those incendiary grenades will tick against the likes of Fisher here. 36 seconds to go, and the only win for KSU Black is to hope a fight like this breaks out earlier because they do not have enough space to play. Elixirs is at that ready with EMP. Fishers will rotate out towards the side, and there's big damage down. There's the first stock found onto Ottawa. EMP is immediately deleted here. Fishers taking their time. They don't want this to collapse into an immediate third party, but you can already see KSU Black on the other side. Massive baggy balls down. They'll have to turn their attention. Flex found from both angles as Ottawa has played this one back. Knock for knock. That'll be it for KSU Black. A stick onto TK as it's up to Cloak to hold down the fort. Rotates around the bend and finds himself stuck on the edge. Back to the edge, but not before he is reverse knocked. A 2v2 exchanges. It's up to Dom here to heal this one out as Sloth holds the fort down. Trying to play for the kidnap port play as Cloaked and crew might be playing for reset on the interior of bridge there. There it is. Up and recovery. Nades down. TK holding. And a 2v3. But Dom with a re-knock. It's up to Sloth to commit. Down from the side. The triple take is a point-blank shotgun. And it is just Dom left to play the fail next of the wall. RJ healing from behind. The incendiary just goes barely wide enough. Another nade around the boot here as Dom is trying for any kind of blast to blow this one out. BK for BK. Fletch found. A big pump found. One single shot would do him in, but RJ is whipping. RJ finally switches to the 99 and finishes the job. Oh my God. Game 1. Down to a single 1v1. Sloth trolled, Sloth committed. In the end, you gotta win your ones there. It was knockdown for knockdown, drag out. Yeah, Fisher did legitimately almost 2v3 that exchange. I don't like them letting the reset come in full there. If Sloth was gonna commit, I would have liked to see the full commit a bit earlier on. But hey, all that says to me is we've got one hell of a series here. First thing right off the bat, I ask y'all for predictions. Yes, it is a 5.46. If you bet the under, you were right. Let's get that next prediction running and gunning because we're already in game. Fisher Esports here. They started with 22 kills. Let's start the prediction. Over under 9.5 KP, Fisher Esports. There you guys go. Over, under. 2 minutes on the clock. Get your gambas in. There you go. I'm surprised they didn't trade Rez. I am too. I mean, the minute you see them not pushing on you, that's your chance. Either way, Fisher, 31 points is still a monumental lead. They didn't win the game, but with 22 KP, we saw them wipe a monumental amount. Is there another over-under? There's just the one. Over-under 9.5 KP for Fisher Esports. That's going to be for Game 2. If you're just joining us with our gambas, as you are, PD First, we like to guess. All right? We like to guess, put the channel points on the line, and just have some fun. Ottawa will finish with the dub with 10 KP there, and we see a much more disgusting residual KP kind of managed through the rest of the roster. Some familiar faces like KSU Black did manage to survive there, and even CSUF Fullerton Blue, big returns for them. 5 KP with a 4th place finish is no joke at that. But the realist is that there ain't much point across the board. Shout out to KSU Gold, though, and Bellevue University. They do keep themselves competitive, even though we both saw them go out at the hands of each other there. 4 KP and 5 KP is nothing to slouch at. That'll keep them at least in the range of the top 10. Remember, folks, it is 8 games. So there is a lot of time on the clock here. We are officially almost in the game. Yeah. Little Lewis cam while we wait. We're going to be going back to Storm Point 2 more times, as you can see his little tail twitching. 26 seconds to go. Get your bets in. 20 seconds. Over, under. We have a definitive over for Fisher. Hey, I think they're good too, guys. I don't know if they're 9.5 KP good. But you know what? We'll let the game tell it ourselves. Beep, beep, beep. By the way, after next game, going to do a little 2-minute ad break. No big deal. They are 9.5 plus good for sure, I believe. Hey, Sloth is cracked. Serial Cat's cracked. Dom gets the job done. I think, it's possible. But one bad fight, that's all that stands in between them and potentially being wiped out in one of those exchanges, right? One bad fight, and there goes poof. Channel points away. They're not technically away. They're just given to somebody else. Aw. He's just waking up. All right, we'll break into this game. As I said, though, before this, the Valkyrie's going to be banned. So in terms of rotation, no longer able to take advantage. That's to no surprise. That is usually the first ban every single time in one of these lobbies. The very cool thing today is that we will see a much wider punishment of bans as we make our way through the competition, because there are 8 games guaranteed here, right? So should be the Caustic to follow suit. It's either the Caustic or the Alter usually on this game 2 or 3. It just really comes down to the lobby and how they establish themselves. One thing to note is it is Storm Point, right? Caustic doesn't have as much success on Storm Point compared to the other maps we usually see. But, I mean, looking at that, I might think it might be the Alter. I think because Caustic ain't as strong, the Alter might have just been the next one up on the running. I'd count it, but you know what? I like to let the stats decide. Cumberland died 20th game 1. They're not infallible. Singular. Also, the competition in Octane is a hell of a lot harder than ECAC. Alright. Sykin and the crew for Cumberland, they got a lot ahead of them. We'll check in with that other lobby, I think, every 2 games. Who won game 1 for this lobby? This lobby was won by Ottawa. Believe in the boys, though. Come Townland, the Cumberland Cummy Squad. Yeah, I know. We'll see. They're letting Future Stream drive around on a car kill stealing. In lobby B? Is Cumberland not in this lobby? No. Cumberland, so we got 2 semifinals lobbies, both with 20 teams. Nothing's happening yet, so I can just show it. We'll jump back into the game in a second, but just to get it. Here's the 2 lobbies. Cumberland, as you can see, first seed of semifinals B. Southern Miss, Utah, SJSU Blue, University of Calgary Exodus, Illini, St. Clair, Blue Falcons, Temple Cherry, Southeastern Oklahoma Blue, University of Ottawa Gaming Garnet, UCSC, Oklahoma Esports, UC Irving, University of Texas Orange, UCSD Gold, University of Hawaii Varsity, the Guelph Griffins, Purdue Black, and Full Sail Armada. So that's the other lobby. As soon as Gibby and trained bubble cards right away. Fisher has many kills as the team who got first total points. Yeah, I mean, Fisher's entire game plan has always been send, 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 and I mean they did not meet much punishment. A big reason of why that was not really a punished game for them is because we had that weird split between Barometer and Beam. So many teams were playing less of the entirety of Barometer because they didn't have a complete, concrete understanding that that's how it was going to end. And as a result, they were not as punished for having a late rotation. Future Dreams, bro, he's quitting Collegiate. Let's see if he can make it top 10 today. Shout out Future Streams. That man is chaos. Chaos. The chase underway here. Artstar for Artstar won't find much purchase. Couple of final ticks as the Prowlers will do more damage than Alabama here, but I like this for Alabama. Able to get the recovery and the return, and that's a learned lesson from game 1 here. Got sent towards North Pad. This time around, it is a very quick loop, plan for the wall rotate, and the best part about it is the teams that were in the wall already out of the equation. Augusta Esports, mind you, starting to look like Fisher Streams. Badger just barely sees that rotate, but he says, nah, no thanks. That's why he's going to Fisher. Can't fail classes, they're not real. There's no way Future Streams is going to Fisher. Who would he replace? Who would Future Streams replace on that roster? It's not like he's any better than anyone. They're all about, I mean, like Serial Cat's the best, and like Sloth is a close second right there, like a very close second. But I wouldn't even replace Future with Dom. I'd still keep Dom on that roster. All right, the Florida Gators versus the likes of Texas A&M White there. They'll miss out on the exchange though. Not prepared for it. Cut across, and the ports are available if they want to take them. They're not going to do so. They're going to let the Florida Gators play back into Lightning Rod for now. We'll take a look more at the home ground of Kennesaw State Gold. Now, at some point, Kaiser Navy was wiped out. I believe they started in Pylon there, so it was just a quick rotate from Bellevue. We didn't even get to see what happened because they're that damn efficient. Augusta have taken up home here against KSU Gold. CSU have Fullerton not far away themselves. Couple of buildings sustained towards the edge. The other KSU roster will set themselves up. I don't think UT Tyler actually gets to see this. Instead, they are also trying to punish where they see best fit. Meow, meow, meow. Now, I like the Cedo finish. There is a huge, and I mean huge chunk of checkpoint available here. I'm not saying this is a checkpoint ending because I do hold a lot more privy towards the exterior. But to say we've never had a checkpoint finish would be a straight up lie. Texas A&M Maroon, that team that started here, they're going to play under that concept for now. One big issue for their game plan, though, is that they ain't got much of a rotation more. Utah Valley Black already breaking out the Watson here very early on, not opting to be a caustic team. Incroc, Pylon down, walls ready to go, and this will delay potential rotates. Ottawa Braves, by the way, did not come from North Pad in the checkpoint. They're going to go all the way around towards down B side.
They should not have given up that position.
All right, a little more fuel in this effort. Oh, small guy. I gotta play Minnesota's? Alright, well, it's been redeemed. Minnesota State fight song. I assume? No, CSU? Which fight song is it? CSU? Colorado State, thank you. I don't know why I thought, I'm sorry, I got confused with someone else. By the way, Fisher, wipe all the way on the edge of zone. The observer doesn't even know where it is. Why? Because it's literally not in zone. Anyways, here you go. Colorado State fight song. You redeemed it. Here you get it.
Hey, time to...
Shit, that's loud. They're not even in the lobby. Oh, you can't hear it? Oh, shit. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to hear it. I forgot. I don't put audio in the game. All right, small guys, we'll save it for after the game. All right, we'll save it. We'll save it we'll save it. Bellevue University with another KP. Here, I'll give you a piece of advice. It's just Bellevue Fisher fighting. It always is. Tamu White will find Fisher Esports on their late rotate out of zone. And they're going to be at least walking away from this exchange. Looks like they didn't want to fight directly into that 3v3 and maybe got some bad damage back. He's not scammed. He'll get his points. If I try to set up audio right now for in-game audio, I promise you I will double up and it will sound horrible. Kennesaw State Gold. They've been defending time after time. Time after time. If you're hurt and you will find love. 360 swivels gone. Anyways, Augusta Esports down to a duo and losing out on their star fragger. I like these bets from Western Outlaws, by the way, in Minnesota. I like Minnesota and Western's bet to play inside checkpoint there because there's something itching inside my chest that's telling me this is a checkpoint finish. I don't know what it is, but the gut sometimes ain't wrong, chat. And if the gut's wrong, I need to eat more ginger. All right? Fisher Esports on the slide down. Once again, separated, by the way. One of their members all the way in Cascades. Hey! Matt Stanky! Honestly, that looks pretty accurate. I'm just missing the hat. Bellevue University. They've taken their time towards the IMC Armory, but they've got what might be poised to be their next fight against the Farmers. If there's anyone I might shake out a decent 3v3, it would be the Farmers. Kamal, though, on that initial peak trade for trade. Legion Hallcrow is a bit further away with Group T also separated here. They're going to play for recovery out towards the edge of Bean. Already, though, Kamal trying to re-peak this exchange out in a double flush found. It doesn't get much better than that. Vatari knows where you are. The drill ticking from the other side as the heal just barely comes through. Juxi from the other angle finishing the job as, well, Vatari will get knocked from afar by Group T. Muffins is separated as Juxi's now going to look for the 2-on-1 exchange here as Muffins going to try to stick that revive. Beautiful follow through on what I can only assume was Group T. Now from the interior, Juxi is just absolutely beaming. My apologies. That was Asian Hallcrow down below. Little reset onto Kamal, stuck on the outerior as Kamal's going to look for the quick reset on the Group T. Vatari not pulled up again. Instead, they've got the port play out from the altar there.
Okay,
Get him out of zone.
Except
My lord. All right. I like PD first. I like your reaction. I will say, I've seen it so many damn times from Juxi, it doesn't even feel special anymore. If he didn't beam someone like that on a 1v1, that's not Juxi. Who is it? It's not even disgusting. I'm just telling you, it's that bad. That's because he's cheating. Juxi cheats? There you go. There's the common rhetoric. It reappears. Ottawa Braves has come down to play a little bit into the Bean area, and they'll pressure out Bellevue. I like this from the Farmers. They're evacing down south to get them out of Dodge. All right. 17 squads remaining. And I'll tell you what, I should have made this lobby the bet on match quality, guys. Sure as shit, this looks a hell of a lot more like an 8.0 lobby. Florida State Garnet here. They're going to be holding out the edge. They got Tamu White on their sight lines. There's the knock on to Grapp, and maybe furthermore to follow suit. Daxon, one of the few women who are competing in this lobby here today. I've only ever met Small Guy, APR, and Group T from shit, man. Sounds like you'll be meeting me here. Tamu White down to a duo, and you can hear the reappropriation of assets. I don't know what Ark's doing, but he's opted to play corner for corner here, and that's never the place you want to be. Meanwhile, Gamerhawks Navy running right in front of them. I don't know if they know Tamu White is this close, but it doesn't really matter. 50 seconds to go, and you're sure shit's going to hit the fan. MV joining Collegiate in the spring. 2 W women players. There's a lot of women who play in Collegiate. Steffi, I love you, Ippelke. I apologize. There's not a ton, but I can name a few. So there's definitely more than 2 guys. Yeah, there you go. Anyways, damage for damage to boot for the Alabama. Roll Tide will have to roll their way through the competition. Guillermo with the charge rifle out and ready here. Takes the final shot. 78 to follow suit, and that's enough pressure down. That'll be No You. Wiped out here by Dom 2 Cracked from the south side, and that leaves just Ark. Yeah, I was going to say, if it's just Ark alive, I can guarantee you he's sitting behind a charge rifle. Now, I apologize. The gut was wrong. My health is sick and sick with it. Maybe that Bellevue-Ottawa rotation should have been enough of a hint at that. For teams like TAMU Maroon, Minnesota State Mavericks, Western Outlaws, you got to get out of checkpoint now. Utah Valley Black and Augusta ain't much better themselves, but hey, look at that. TAMU Maroon, at some point, made their way to Mills. Where's Trev? Trev Michi no longer plays for Minnesota. They had some run-in terms of setting himself up. TAMU Maroon trying to take himself to height there, and just one single shot would do it in. Gonna try to make it count with the smoke, but instead Ottawa getting pressured back. Quick teleport up to the rock above, and they know they've got the damage to boot here against Texas A&M, but already shot in the back from KSU Black. It's some love from the Kennesaw State roster that'll save the day here. Augusta wiped out on the choke. Now, Utah Valley Black holding out the rotates here from teams like Western Outlaws. Lock sanity down, and maybe not much better for the likes of Minnesota, stuck behind a castle wall of their own there. They've got barely the edge to work with. Thulthurst from Bellevue against ISU's Asian Hulk Bros. Minnesota are stuck as a duo. We can only assume Western Outlaws maybe are ratting this one out somewhere. Trev stocks are down. Waffles, he did it to himself. Now, I think Western Outlaws got full wiped. Iowa State Farmers will be finally finished by Bellevue as we've got Sheila's for the burns here. Alabama, a beautiful knock drop dag out against Kennesaw State Gold. But there's the full stoppage. Can't quite get the reset on Direct Emporium. Gonna leave Misplaced to try and do it again. We're just gonna get that read as Alabama's getting shot out from CSUF Fullerton somewhere else in the equation. Yeah, up from the northern side. They're gonna push in as the only 3-piece squad alive in this exchange. Gas trap for gas trap, truthfully, is ticking down. It's not the full push that CSUF wanted, and Kennesaw State are able to get the reset, but there's a beautiful, well-placed Knox gas grenade to push them out of the building. Remember, anyone could peek this hill, and that would be all said and done. Still, though, a 3-person full force as the gas is ticking against CSUF here. Couple knocks, and there it is! The crest above the hill! Vaudry from the peak. I told you it was going to happen. CSUF pushed them to the outside, and just like that, KSU Gold, half split from Bellevue, half from KSU at Fullerton. Meanwhile, Alabama getting some resets down below. They're going to have to play for a couple of exchanges there. There you go. We don't catch it, but it is the full finish and send. Meanwhile, Bellevue holding out Fisher, maybe even Texas A&M. KSU Black gonna finish the job here against what I can only assume is Minnesota. Maybe UVU. Couple shots on the Kindly Monkeys. You can hear that Wraith just barely showing up across. It is Badger from UVU. Tim Croc and crew, though, stuck as a duo, and they miss out on hearing the exchange. Now forced to run across it all. Meanwhile, up to height, Kennesaw just from behind. Long-range Mastiff Shards aren't the best pot you gotta give. Kindly Monkey will face the return there. Limbox not able to get the exchange of bullets, and as almost a duo, Utah Valley Black possibly could have pulled that one off. Meanwhile, Texas A&M Maroon, a threat to the Bellevue and Fisher squads. A knock on Juxi. That's it for Muffins, and it is just Vaudry left alive from behind this rock. Swifty for the full send, and just like that, a burn and a half from the likes of Swifty. Meanwhile, Fisher playing for reset, and Naber is to commit. A full re-knockdown, and Swifty from up above sends Fisher packing. Gig 'em, Aggies! Yes! Yes! Oh my God! Texas A&M Maroon! Anyways, they're potentially in dire straits though. CSUF Fullerton have taken a fight against Texas A&M. And in the 3v3 exchange, this is as tough as it gets. Nabber trying to look for the response of the Sparrow Ultimate, has to get back down to cover. Meanwhile, Ottawa Braves from the other side, they'll turn their attention to both these rosters, but will find the knock onto Crimson Monk down. They do not want to get too far ahead of themselves here, just slowly choke out both of these teams. Now Fullerton loses out in their Newcastle, which is about as bad as it gets for playing for reset. Tamu, why are we walking straight in between the two rosters here? Nabber's immediately going to get punished back there, and there you go, much better. Rotate all the way around the back there is now Ottawa are the choked out team. RJ and Cloak going to rotate back into this. They're going to look for the straight 3v3 against Texas A&M Maroon. You know what? Flesh found, double rocks down. There goes potentially TK. Pair with the knock to follow suit. There's the double knock Brack. Nabber with nowhere to go will be eliminated. Now you have to wonder, does CSUF Fullerton? Yes, third party in a 2v3 exchange. It's an uphill battle for Outlaws, but it's not impossible. The full thirst on the TK as the ports from around the rock. Crimson Monk is low, so they'll play back in their own mobile shield. Rips and tears. Crimson Monk with a heal of his own. There's the commit to get the knockdown. Allowed to play behind the mobile shields. There you go. Beautiful Newcastle reset. RJ's good, but he ain't that good. CSUF Fullerton Blue, your champions of Game 2. Very nice. I'll say this. If they lost that 2v3 exchange, I would have been fucking shocked. No way in hell. No way in hell. All right. I'm going to give you a quick refresh of the scoreboard, and then I'm going to run a 2-minute ad here so we don't have any pre-rolls. Prediction before we get into it. I asked y'all, Fisher Esports over under 9.5. For the 21% of you that picked the under, congratulations. You're a hell of a lot better in predictions. We're going to jump over to CSUF Fullerton Blue for a prediction. They've had 5. They have had 7. Let's do a 5.5 for CF Fullerton Blue. Here we go. Let me get that. 5.5 CSUF Blue. 2 minutes to go. Get your predictions in. I'm going to run an ad. Here we go. 19 points for CSUF Fullerton Blue. Bellevue with 18. They're 14 KP. Absolutely disgusting. My lord. That is about as bad as it gets for this roster. Bad as, not bad. Kind of, you know, like when you call a girl baddie and you're like, damn, shawty, you fucking thick. That's the kind of bad I'm talking about with Bellevue University. 14 KP there. The 5 points, or the 4 points from their 5th place placement. 18 will keep them highly competitive. Of course, a 14-point scoreline for the Ottawa Braves, surviving the second. And yes, Texas A&M Maroon, one of the best games we've seen from this roster. Fisher Esports were not able to get as electric this game as we have already highlighted. Of course, much higher KP. KSU Gold still holding on for those higher point finishes as Kennesaw State Black kind of pulls back just a little bit. Alter will be banned, as I predicted. We'll take a look at the final score line here coming off that game. Fisher Esports is still in the lead, though. It is that first game that represents for them oh so sweetly, and 10 points is not a slouch of a point line to keep them non-competitive. Ottawa Braves there, 36 points to their own name, first and second place. They've got the best placement thus far, just behind, surprisingly, CSUF. They got the first place finish and the 4th place finish. Not a bad spot for the CSUF Fullerton Blue roster. Their placements are heavily carrying, but they still have double-digit KP. I mean, they've got a tied for 4th KP here. WCSUF for real? Yeah, WCSUF. No, literally, no question to that. Holy Cumberland's still getting fried. 0 points so far. Yo, Singular Frog, I'll tell you right now, they will come back. They will have a chance, albeit it will be tough. Bellevue University, of course, in 4th place now. They've struggled to get a high placement game, 16th. And yes, a 5th place this time, which is a lot better, but definitely still waiting for a big Bellevue return. There you go. Texas A&M Maroon jumps up into the top 10 a bit further. Kennesaw State Black is keeping up alongside their varsity roster, Kennesaw State Gold. We'll round out the top 10 with Utah Valley Black and, yes, Texas A&M White and the Minnesota State Mavericks. Right now, out of the top 10, the Florida Gators, the Western Outlaws, Iowa State Farmers, Group tie has not been able to win those ones yet. Augusta from Premier League, Alabama from Premier League, UT Tyler from Premier League, Gamerhawks Navy, Florida, West Virginia, and Kaiser Navy. There's a contenders. Who's from contenders up top here? Premier. Pretty sure Utah Valley Back was in Premier. I don't think there's anyone in this lobby that's like, I think Kaiser Navy's the only contenders team, right? Oh, Tamu White. Tamu White is also. Tamu White. You guys are right. Tamu White's from contenders. Congratulations thus far. I will say, if Tamu White continues to perform, though, the way they are at, it's not a good look. Right now, they have yet to get a very solid end game, and they've lucked into some competitive KP. Here's the thing. By the end of today, at the end of these 8 games, every one of the top 10 teams will have had a great top 5 finish. All right? So we'll see how it goes. Tamu White, yeah, so for those of you who don't know what contenders means, and we're just talking about some random shit right now, ISU Farmers is Premier. They were top 7 coming out of Premier League. There are 2 divisions left alive in Octane. We combine them going into playoffs. There's actually technically 3. It's Premier Contenders Open. So Division 1, Division 2, Division 3. We've gotten rid of all the open teams in the competition through the bracket stage, and now we are down to the very end here, just Premier and Contenders. And it's kind of down to the last legs. You can see Kaiser Navy, Tamu White representing. All right, we're jumping back into game 6 here. Yeah, Open had some very, very tough trying embers. You had the Charlotte Niners with Coco on that roster. Play my fight song, you bitch. Fuck.
Attention.
All right.
Evo
Let me see if I can do this. Hold on. I'm going to try to add something. How would I add? No. That ain't it.
Hey mates, let's go OT.
That ain't it.
Reckon we take that trident for a spin, eh?
Zephyr, what's the surprise you tweeted about? I guess you'll have to find out tomorrow, OY. Huh. I will say, small guy, I will play. Small guy, remind me to play it during the scoreboard because I just don't have audio set up for in-game, and I'm not going to pull away from in-game to play the fight song. Actually, fuck it. Nothing happens this early. Here you go. For 2 seconds. Colorado State fight song, you paid for it. All right, back to game. We're jumping into Fisher Esports, potentially meeting their end, but instead it's Bellevue versus Fisher! Bellevue versus Fisher. Vattery with a knock on a Sloth as they'll turn right round. Vattery just barely misses out on the trade to follow boot. Dom wants to finish the job, but he might run into his own quick end. Still, though, Jukesy from the other side. Oh, able to find it. The height of the competition here, maybe coming to its end. They're trying to track this one out as Fisher is slippery, but Dom 2 cracked will be Dom 2 found. One final remaining member left in the heart as Fisher got the reset on the Sloth. Fisher got the reset on the Sloth. Serial Cat pulls it off. Jukesy goes down. It's a full thirst run to Jukesy. A 2v2 exchange here. Bellevue, they're going to have to make it count in Muffins. I don't know if he's got it in him, Christ's sake. The Gamerhawks Navy are third partying. Coming down from Cliffside. I don't even know if this is a third party. It's more like a third snail party. Holy shit. You gotta wonder if they're all running away here. A couple long-range exchanges. That's Serial Cat eliminated. One final remaining member left alive in the building. Meanwhile, Bellevue's still stuck on the inside. We are confusing the roster. Muffins and Vada are going to take this opportunity to get out of Dodge while they can. Holy shit. I'm not going to lie, guys. I almost wish they had not third-partied them. Fisher Esports will be the first team eliminated at the hands of the Gamerhawks Navy. Bellevue University is stuck as a duo, but they're going to get this reset in Launchpad right now. You can hear it taking place. Holy shit. My lord. What a raring start to this game. That is about as good as you can imagine. Bellevue are still in it, though, which is as terrifying as it gets. But for Fisher, reminder, folks, that is the #1 team. You can check the scoreboard. Before this game, they were in #1. This is going to be an opportunity to switch it back. Meanwhile, Bellevue, full recovery, straight into the exchange almost immediately. Gamerhawks Navy, they do not give a fuck. They are out. They are swinging. And Strafey is going to look for the first exchange. Gas traps are ticking against Bellevue University as those were set up earlier here. Meanwhile, a massive Skynade almost finds Muffins down, but Strafey is wiped out. The rest of the roster is so low, but they just don't appear against the Gamerhawks quick enough. There's Mystical Maverick and Reverse Dizzy. I don't know how bad they've set themselves up for failure. We're doing more damage with the gas trap. Third party? Hey, in fairness, you don't know who you're fighting against until you're fighting them. Point blank exchange for Mystical Maverick, and with Juxie up above finishing the job, I can only assume, yes, the Gamerhawks are done. Let them reset. There's KSU Gold, who might be trying to play into an oh but so similar situation.
I see one of those survey beacons over there.
That's tough. That is tough. An extra 3 KP fed the way of the Bellevue roster. You never like to see it. All right. Well, KSU Gold will hold on for dear life. Remember, last time, or in Game 1, the first game of Storm Point, we did see these rosters wipe each other out with a third party come through. Now, there won't be a third party this time, given how far away they are in zone. Ah, my keyboard broke. Guys, I fucked up my keyboard again. How am I doing? I keep smashing my keyboard in the eyes. Maybe that'll do it in. For now, we'll see the exchange from Texas A&M Maroon. Navar's got to hit those shots, but no, it's Tamu versus Tamu hate crimes. Bad. Stop fighting. You should be promoting the exchange of happiness and love between both Giga Maggie squads, because that's the fighting Texas Aggie way. All right, well, no, you got wiped down. I'm kind of upset about it. God damn it. That's how you know we're not colluding. That right there, that's a non-collusion exchange. All right, I fixed my keyboard.
We should go there.
Woo. Dodge it.
Ultimate's ready.
Could have been bad. My boys need to just sit and trill. Yeah. Are any of them on scholarships? No, Texas A&M is a club roster. The majority of these teams are club rosters. All right. Tammy White just can't get a reset at all as well. Yeah, it is. It's not looking good for them. Well, Tammy White will be all the way out towards the edge of Cliffside, and it's not a bad rotation for their end game. There's no one from the northern side. You just got KSU Black up there. We'll see if they can do. Imagine not paying your players and schools complain about poaching. Shake my head. Hey, Swanky, I know you're fucking with me. We're a student org. We are filled with passion. We're filled with standard Gig'em Aggie love. All right? And Tamu White's eliminated. Whatever. That might be the first game that Texas A&M White will be dropped out of the top 10 here. Meanwhile, Ottawa Braves finding a couple of fun knocks against UT Tyler. It's been a while since I've seen the squad. By the way, shout out to Jonah Bobana. That is another woman who is in the Premier League. Most people don't remember that. Usually plays as a little bit of a sub for the UT Tyler roster, but did qualify them during the qualifiers. Anyways, Cayenne Drake and West Virginia Wesleyan, as much to punish West Virginia. Here we go. Point blank running right into Bellevue University. Here we go. Full send to follow through the Maggie Balls. Magnetic clusters will just barely beat out the edge of the gas trap, and we will chase down that final remaining member in Dean PS. There you go. One final shot on the Dean PS, and Bellevue are the sole squad coming from the southern side.
Let's relocate here.
We're dead. Yeah, the minute you see you in a 3v3 against Bellevue, that might be the resounding opinion. Meanwhile, for the Iowa State Farmers, taking out our winners from Game 2, CSUF Fullerton. They get picked apart here. You know what, though? My boys get paid more than likely. Can we get Pearpod in to confirm? Can we get someone from Bellevue to confirm how much Bottery's making from the Bellevue money? I mean, with West Virginia Wesleyan getting paid and doing this, lock in. That's right. No excuses now. The boys better lock in. I will say, West Virginia Wesleyan will be a much better roster next semester. They are They did just sign Envy, coming from the women's circuit. She is a phenomenal player, and I'm very excited to see how Envy will perform alongside West Virginia Wesleyan, because that's just such a buff to that team. Bellevue University, though, they're always buffing and roughing, no matter who it be. The Bears come to bite. Vattery, Jutsi, Muffins here, pushing up alongside Stormcatcher. The nice thing for them is that this zone is a cliffside finish. And what that means is they do not have to bite in through the Stormcatcher side. Bellevue can work their way in from the eastern choke. Anyways, the rest of Kaiser, reset or not, find themselves, well, shot down. Daxon, she finds a long-range knock onto Vattery here that lets me know that Florida are in the equation. A full commit for Bellevue University means that will be done and dusted, but the Iowa State Farmers have now come to roost. The coals are out, and the wheat's ready to farm. Couple of nades from afar. It is a small separation from the team. Slides right around the back there. In from the fence line. Kamal will get some early cracks down, but Group T and Asian Hulk Pro just want to pressure Bellevue back. They don't want to end up in a situation where they lose out on their height. Zone's closing with 43 seconds, and it's honestly better for them to just push Bellevue away. Instead, Bellevue now, they have to choose someone to fight. Florida State's on the other side of the equation, and Daxon is a bit further forward here. You can hear the port play just across from them. Holy shit. Tight as it will be, Florida does have a slight height advantage, but they keep giving up space. Balvini guy brought low, and that's the full thirst from Vattery. It's up to Daxon to get these knocks. Meanwhile, Pariah Scope is all the way back up to height there. Sparrow ultimate down. Vattery to climb this one further as they will get this full thirst, and you have to wonder, why are we just letting this one play out here? Well, Bellevue will, Florida State Garnet are a duo, and that nut building is, well, prime real estate here. Meanwhile, the Minnesota State Mavericks, they've got perfect pressure potentially against the likes of the ISU Farmers, ready and raring to go. Iowa State Farmers, though, do barely manage to find themselves a tight corner down on the low ground here. A couple of nades from Minnesota will go wide. Schmalz committing with the Narc Star in the incendiaries. Once again, those triple takes struggling to find their shot. This might be a reset as the Nox Gas grenade finally thrown out. Not something you can remove, as, yes, we'll see the rest of this team rotate further up to Stormcatcher. Woo! And there we go. Some lock, some Western Outlaw pain. Little peek here from the likes of Minnesota, and they find themselves pressured back. Even still, misplays now, extending his own pressure here from the central position. Farmers able to get tough resets down. And Minnesota forced to play for their own recovery here. Now we are going to Cliffside. We got Kennesaw State Black, Texas A&M Maroon, the Florida Gators right up above the Seminoles. No, the Seminoles died. My apologies. It looks like it's Bellevue Bruins down below, just below Florida. All right, you got the Gators and the Bruins. I think Bears typically beat Gators. Just depends if you find them in the swamp. And this don't look too swampy. with a knock. That tells me that'll be it for Florida here in a second. Meanwhile, Kennesaw State Gold, we'll take a look at the edge because all of these teams have got to move. Iowa State Farmers, Western Outlaws, Minnesota State Mavericks, and Gold, who does lead. Meanwhile, for the Gators, like I said, the Bears will chomp. Vatari does face a knock on return here. Because they're so far and alone, no one's going to punish this out. They get shot from Outlaws, or Ottawa. Now Kennesaw State Gold holding out on the exchange of edge here. That'll be a long-range knock all the way from Jukesy, but the Western Outlaws in a fight of their own. These teams just need to pick up the KP that they can. That'll be it for Minnesota. Just as they now break on through, Western Outlaws are taking shots from the side. The Iowa State Farmers are spraying and praying through the edge of zone there. A final re-knock down before Augusta's 4-2-4 finds a knock of their own. Kennesaw State Gold with not much better of a position themselves, but it's better than the likes of ISU. Walls behind Minnesota's will say goodbye to Farmers in the top 7. Now, the Ottawa Braves turn their attention to the very low ground here. They can't overpeak this. Bellevue is also watching. Taking a look at zone, we got Texas A&M, KSU Black. The only two teams playing the buildings ahead here. My lord, I'll tell you what, this is a fun endgame. 6 teams remaining. Bellevue, KSU Gold on the outside. Augusta technically on the outside as well, but they should be able to move into place. Meanwhile, there's the EMP from KSU Black. Immediately, the re-walls assumed as their shots from the other side breaks down the drone as Tamu will have to be forced to play onto the interior. Massive walls as Limbox with a return of 1. 2v2 exchanges, Elixir gets knocked back just as quickly. They're going to look for these full thirsts. And that should be enough to get a Swifty reset. Nabber's shooting anything that fucking moves at this point because he's terrified. Meanwhile, that is a huge bit of success for Augusta. They're going to try to move in and third party this exchange, hearing the shots that just came through. Meanwhile, Ottawa holding on for dear life against KSU down below and Bellevue from the other side. There's a commit from RJ as the beams on the back find Break Emporium knocked out, but meanwhile the full commit from Jukesy on the other side. KSU Gold down to 1 final remaining members. Ottawa's not much better themselves here. You have to wonder, where is Bellevue, because they know they can capitalize on this. From behind the knockdown, Jukesy to peek right up above here. Couple of fielded knockdowns as the Wraith ports will be maybe what they need. Those executions coming out to get the full thirst. 1 final remaining member of Ottawa, 1 final remaining member of KSU Black. Meanwhile, Augusta and Texas A&M stuck on the exact same position. Augusta inside, Tamu up above slightly. Swifty's playing the second height. All right, here we go. 4 squads remaining. Bellevue to the outskirts here. They might find KSU Black's rat in just a second. Yeah, point blank onto Kindly Monkey out through the phase, and we're talking Wraith for Wraith successful ports away. By the way, never got to say this. You see the bunch of Wraiths because we got new altar. No altar, you need a different form of safety. Kindly Monkey begging for any kind of success to survive here. We'll talk about 50 seconds till the zone close. Realistically, you're just letting them find them out. Meanwhile, Swifty with the mobile Sheila. Ooh, gotta be careful. Braver shot on the side. This is so tough. I mean, let's talk about this endgame while we have the chance. Bellevue is the only 3-person team left alone in their current position. Texas A&M are inevitably going to give up, and they're going to rotate all the way to the outside here. I don't know if this bleeds into a real Tamu versus Bellevue fight, but the commit on the inside, Nabber with the scan, they've taken the roof away from Bellevue here, but just as quickly, they climb up over the edge. Jukesy has to jump back down. Vatari's going to look for the reclimb on the other side, and you have to imagine Tamu will be picked apart piece by piece. Sky nades down, and I guarantee you those will hit. Swifty and Nabber blasted back, and they're just trying to pray for a wall that gives them their safety. Bellevue to break onto the interior, and they'll slow it out for now. Kindly Monkey, though, playing the outskirts there. Once again, another faith bound in that port play, and Muffins and Vatari are low. Somehow, against the world, Tamu have managed to play for recovery, and it's a full Sheila expended on the evac. That might come back to bite them in the exchange. My lord, everyone's still alive. Augusta, though, the furthest away from zone now, the first to potentially walk into the exchange against Bellevue and Tamu. Mobile shield down, and they are just going to put this one forward piece by piece. Kindly Monkey also making the move here. a castle wall put down so early as Bellevue are going to look for this exterior rotation around the edge here. They have to be so careful, though. TAMU can always third-party this. Court play out on the edge if they need it. Fence line ticking. TAMU has those boxes, but they also have to respect the likes of Kindly Monkey. It's massive damage down from Para up above, but it's only seconds away from the drop. Bellevue looking as the drill comes through. They'll play the fence line for as long as they can. Augusta pushing forward here as TAMU has finally slid down to the low ground. Trade for trade, and Bellevue are just waiting. A full health roster looking to get involved. That'll be it for Augusta. Bellevue is a full force. TAMU down. Kindly Monkey has survived, but it's a Bellevue dub to finish out Storm Point. Congratulations to the Bruins. They're always ready to ruin. My lord, shout out where it's due to Bellevue. They do an excellent job of delaying the pace of play there. TAMU does have the reset to try playing around the rampart, but it's just so hard to set up, and Augusta goes for the full send. So that breaks out into a giant fight. Augusta dies first, TAMU to follow suit. And then, yes, Kindly Monkey ratting to the very, very final moment there. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. I asked you before we jumped into the game, over, under, on the prediction set. What was it? 5.5 for KSUF. They wiped out with a 0. That's going to be an under. Congratulations. Now let's get to the biggest bet of them all. We're going to get to the E-District drops in a second. Bellevue University, they've had 21 points. They've had 14, and they've had 5. Let's put them at a 9.5. Bellevue Uni, over, under, 9.5 KP, over, under. There you guys go. 2 minutes on the board. Get your predictions in. For Game 3, Bellevue with a monumental 33. I think that is the highest yes of the day. Texas A&M Maroon there with 14. Ottawa with 14. Kennesaw State Black with 13. As they all end up a bit even. Shout out to Ottawa, who at least picks up the pace with their KP to keep them competitive. Of course, that second place finish, I don't see it. There it is, Kennesaw Black. Yeah, so that second place finish does make the difference here for KSU Black. The rest of these teams, big diminishing returns. That's going to be one of the worst games for KSU Gold yet we've seen. Iowa State Farmers at least puts up 5 this time around, but the rest of the lobby, big switches in the overall. Bellevue lead 56 points now. They usurp both the Ottawa Braves and Fisher Esports in their exchange. KSU Black keeps it competitive, and they will jump up as well. It is a 8-point game, so I can't give a complex prediction, but typically we do 6 points per game, so 48 would be a tough and guaranteed confirmation. So currently, Ottawa Braves, Bellevue University, on their way to the Octane Finals. The rest of these teams, we'll just have to wait and see. You'll see the biggest drop, though. The Minnesota State Mavericks, they lose out on their position alongside Texas A&M White and... No, not Florida. Florida wasn't in. So Texas A&M White and Minnesota drop out. ISU Farmers barely are on the edge, but it's really Augusta and the Western Outlaws that make that switch. Still, a lot of time here. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute ad break. Meanwhile, we'll talk about the drops. Wraith will be that ban for safety. The Caustic has got to go here on E-District now. I guarantee you the Caustic will be next. We take a look at this here. Of course, with that game, Bellevue is in the lead. They will be an energy bank, so they've got quite a rotate to find themselves in. Of course, alongside them, Ottawa Braves are in second place right now. Street Market against the Farmers could blossom into a fight here. Watch out for KSU Black and CSUF Fullerton. Have not been bad, and they were both 4th and 5th right now, respectively. So a big chunk of our top contesting teams there against Farmers and West Virginia Wesleyan Swanky. I apologize for you, brother. Out towards Blossom, you've got yourself potentially some action to contest against. You head east, you got CSUF, who are in 5th, Kennesaw State Gold, who are in 7th, and then you got Ottawa in 2nd, Kennesaw State Black in 4th. So you got quite a height to deal with. Of course, there you go. Fisher all the way towards Stadium. I would pray if I was Augusta, Tyler, or Kaiser, Fisher will come to play here sometime soon. Texas A&M Maroon, they always start in resort 6th place right now. That'll give them their edge play they like to work with on E-District. Could be good, could be bad. West Virginia Wesleyan's got a rough rotate. Yeah, this is a rough rotate. Alabama, no, this side's pretty okay. I mean, Gamerhawks, Minnesota, Florida, Western Outlaws, Crimson Tide, you've got space to work with, right? Everyone on the eastern side, unless you run into Fisher, you're kind of okay. It's the western side of E District that ends up being, I mean, hell in a handbasket for these teams to deal with. Very quickly, since we've got the time, let's check on it. You guys have been talking about Semifinals B. Here you go. Southern Miss are in the lead. 4 wins. My lord. 4 dubs already for the likes of Southern Mississippi. You cannot make this shit up. 3 dubs. 3 dubs on the board. My God. San Jose State Blue, SJSU. Nice job from them. Texas Orange, by the way. There's Y Kai Caden. We're gonna get a Texas showdown. It looks like TAMU and Texas will make their way through. There's Utah, Full Sail. UC Irvine from Contenders has managed to make the exchange. There's Cumberland, who do in that last game finish with 13. They uploaded game 3 twice. Oh, that sucks. All right, well, this is inaccurate. I'm a little disappointed. We'll have to check here in a second if they fix it. I would not be surprised if it's not too far off. Yeah, those doubles definitely are a bit sus. All right, well, either way, we'll check in a little bit later on. That is a poor place to be. We've got game underway. Something I want to ask y'all. I know a lot of you are subscribers. I'm trying something new out here because Zephyr wants revenue, and Zephyr calculated that he was losing out on like $1,000. How are the in-between game ads? How are we feeling about that? Little 2-minute ad in between games. Is that bad? Good? What are we thinking? Give me $1,000 now? Well, here's the thing. This is the Zephyr theory. Thanks for watching the Goated Lobby, by the way. No problem, Mind. No problem. It's not the fact that it has 2 Texas A&M teams at all. Here's the thing. The more ad revenue I make, and the more money I make from stream through subscribers and stuff, the more I can turn around and make tournaments, right? That's the whole goal, right? We've got the draft tournament coming up on the 13th and 14th. The whole point here is that we want to be in a situation where, hey, we can establish some really, really good stuff. You know, some fun tournaments. And like the draft tournament is a fun idea. I want to do more fun ideas. I think the next tournament I want to do is a blind tournament. I want to do a thing where you can put together a team, and then you have to put together I don't know if I do a duos or I do a trios, but I want to make it so where your team has to blindfold themselves, and then you get to have one team member. I think two options. We either have all 3 blind and you have 1 out of game who lets them know where to go, or we have a guaranteed, what's it called? Crypto. One person's crypto and can see everything, and then the other 2 team members are not. But the crypto can't shoot. And the crypto can't throw nades. The crypto can't do damage. Alright. That's my new idea for a competitive thing. If you guys think that's interesting, not the deaf, blind, and mute thing. Deaf, blind, and mute could be fun. Problem is, the gun skill, you don't need to... if they're deaf, you'd have one person who's just playing the game with no audio. Who cares? You'd have a blind person who's completely useless, so every team just has one useless person. And then a mute person, who cares? I run into teammates that don't say a damn thing to them. Anyways, game 1 of E-District of 2. Long-range shots from Serial Cat onto Mango Soup. Sources say today Jose's doing the non-sober, drunk, and sleepy. That's as classic as it is. We'll see a couple of resets there, and I would hope we're playing for recovery. That's gonna be the full thirst onto Mango Soup, and you gotta get out to safety here. Is this UT Tyler? Yeah, UT Tyler Esports, the Jonkler, and Jono Bobana. She'll be out. I think that will be enough. UT Tyler down towards the south. Could break out into a Humbert fight. I just saw that. You got Florida and Augusta, I believe. Oh, so close to each other. Meanwhile, we'll jump on over instead to the likes of the Minnesota State Mavericks. So they just fought that knock against Daxon there. Could blossom into something else, but instead, all right, well, a little bit shaky on the observing. We missed out on the Florida Augusta exchange. But you know what? That's okay. Kaiser Navy. I guess shaky's the word. Mobile shield and a couple of nades. Here's a recommendation. If you are playing in this lobby, do not rotate into Energy Bank. There you go. There's my my height of exchange. A boop, a scoop, a chibbity roop. Me checking my phone. All I can. I spaced out. Are we alive? West Virginia Wesleyan is still alive. The lights for UT Tyler, though, probably on their way out shortly. Oh, yay, Ottawa? Yeah. Yeah, not for long. Well, have faith. Have faith, Swanky. Have faith. Dean PS gets the knock onto Cloaked. I'm sorry. I don't know if we'll catch it. We got the full thirst on Joe Banana, and I'm hoping we maybe would tune in with that, but Dean PS with the knock onto TK. I love you. We're missing it. Meanwhile, UT Tyler's Jonkler will push in for one final send as a couple of two double full thirst against Ottawa. West Virginia Swanky did dub it out for the win. Meanwhile, Utah Valley Black looking at third-party exchange here. There's Badger with the knock. Couple shots from the other side. As Fisher are just as quickly into their own response. Trade for trade. Sparrow ultimate down for the double crack from behind the corner. Sloth with a re-knock there. 360 eliminated, and they're just trying to find Augusta. That'll be it for Augusta. Fisher take the exchange, and Utah Valley Black, mind you, not far away here. They make the smart decision to get out of this fight. Still looking from up on high. It's a good crack from Badger. The shield swap, though, comes just as quickly. Quick reload out towards the edge, and it's another crack against Fisher. Another good chunk of damage down as the tracking will come through onto Badger here. I mean, Utah Valley Black does a great initial start to this fight, and Fisher will actually pull this one back as a result. Signed Isaiah, Dean PS for a 5th year. Hey, that's great. Dean PS, Kai and Drake, those two are frag-centric. They are killers. All right. Get your esports up to height here to get themselves out of the Utah Valley Black pressure, which they will already be on their way towards the Old Town. We're getting a draft point finish. For those of you who don't see this zone ever, you just got to get to height. That bridge up above is all that matters. It's a beautiful way to finish out your game, and it's one that contributes no matter what to every single dub I've seen thus far in this finish. Every single finish I have ever seen in Draft Point, unless you are a complete monkey or inbred, has always been won from on top of that bridge. Looks like Aegis from the likes of KSU Gold will find a knock on to Know You, and the rest of the KSU Gold roster with double knock drops against KSU White. It is left up to Arc to finish the job. Couple full thirst there, and with that final scan coming through from the likes of Aegis. You're not long for this world. Couple of walls back, and an Aegis trying to play out through the edge. In the end, Aegis threads the needle, and that'll be it for Texas A&M 1. We'll see how it goes. Meanwhile, Tamu Maroon against the likes of the Gamerhawks. There's a knock on to Strafey on the interior of the building. Gas traps down by Swifty. They're shot from the door, and somehow Swifty has survived the pressure on double sides up to the high ground. Gamerhawks, their final remaining member, just trying to thrive here. Out for the edge, and it looks like Nabber's got the chase underway if he can find it. M-Lock down, and they're going to get these full thirsts where they count. There you go. Dean PS will find that final wipeout for the likes of West Virginia Wesleyan. That's 3 KP for West Virginia Wesleyan here. Meanwhile, our winners from Game 2, CSUF, they got a little bit of the Bellevue Bruins. You got to come up with some better rhymes for the Bruins, because Ruin's pretty good. Prune. Dune. Ah. Masa. Lisan Al-Gaib. All right. West Virginia Wesleyan, they want to take this fight against Texas A&M. A couple of nades through the interior. Now, Tamu does have the resets. But Kai and Drake, Dean PS, they're no slouches to the exchange. Rolling Thunder dropped out. I don't know if they just saw that and communicated. Maggie Ball for the interior as it will find the break. Damage down, Dean to the inside. A couple of pumps, but the gas traps are difficult. Dean PS brought oh so low as the caustic gas will be what does them in. trying to play it towards the outside. They'll get the re-knock down there. Kai and Drake eliminated, and it is just left to one. A peek from up above, and you do not beat the monster that is Zwifty. Single-handedly, whether it be gas, whether it be bullets, Zwifty comes to represent for the Aggies. Holy shit. I'd pay $6K a year for a really good IGL. Swanky, I don't know if you know this, but I know quite a thing or two about Apex Legends. I will say, I don't want to ever go back to school again. I hated college. College sucked. Ooh, Fisher. Holy shit. Schmiggles VU. Couple of resets point blank here. They're holding out for dear life as Serial Cat is going to tick a little bit in zone and will almost get knocked out there. In Croc point blank will inevitably be finished off as we take ourselves down to 12 remaining. Fisher all the way on the outskirts, but there ain't nobody to punish them from coming in from the east. Meanwhile, coming in from the east, the Florida State Gators, or the Seminoles, my apologies. The Seminoles in the tomahawk chop of Daxon will take a gas trap down and give them the opportunity to play into space. Meanwhile, Daxon, though, pump for pump, the mobile shield will defend up through the zip line. The gas might tick, but the Garnet squad finds a response. A beautiful castle wall will pressure back to the edge of KSU Black. Even still, they'll try to look for it. Back up to their third ground building here. KSU Black has to be oh so careful. Limbox is doing such a good job to pressure with the gas traps that will be, but I imagine there could be third party. Western Outlaws are nearby. Minnesota State Mavericks, the same to be said here. Texas A&M, though, we're going to jump back over them on the outskirts of zone. The Ottawa Braves are oh so close here. Cloak trying to sneak in from the side. A couple of deep shots onto RJ. Ooh, trade for trade, flesh for flesh found. Cloak just has to step up and get this knocked. Out through the edge, that's Naver down. A couple of extra shots, and if I'm Tamu, I'm running away. Cloak to cut the distance here. That'll be the full thirst on the Naver. Tamu to the inside, and they're going to be playing for safety down below. Just barely do they not quite get the final thirst. Tamu will give themselves a tiny, and I mean uber small amount of space. The recovery of the banner could come in at any given time. Florida State Garnet, by the way, moved out of their building and have decided to take the one over by the side, the western. Kennesaw State Gold and the rest of the lobby now really playing into draft point. Remember what I said at the very beginning. Unless you're inbred, stupid, or don't understand Apex and only play the likes of Overwatch, the bridge wins these games out. It is such a disgusting advantage to the end game. You can't play it right now. There's too much to hold on. We'll jump on over to Alabama, meeting the Tide. It will choke them, it will drown them, it will end the role that they see fit. For Fisher Esports, coming in from the east, they've had no pressure to deal with here. A final remaining member spotted out, and another 3 KP for Fisher. Iowa State Farmers, the only team down south. Ottawa up north. We're going for a banner recovery all the way out towards the edge for Texas A&M Maroon. We'll have to see how it goes. They're going to play very tight from the northern side. We'll see Ottawa Braves up north.
Scout this area.
Tamu's going to maybe rotate all the way back in towards CSUF Fulton Blue. They did get the reset. Ottawa does hear this, and they could extend out over towards the edge. Either way, for Tamu, with 20 seconds to go, you've got to be oh so special to get your team recovered. Because I know for a fact Ottawa are going to play for reset just as quickly. All USA colleges? No, Ashton. We do have some Canadian ones. You'll see the Western Outlaws in here. They play for Western. There's a couple others. I know Calgary's in this as well. They're in the other lobby. St. Clair Saints are in the other lobby. They're also Canadian over in Windsor, Canada. Either way, the rest of this lobby is as American as it gets. Kennesaw State from the likes of Georgia here. You know what? Why not? Play them out with the states. They've got themselves a building and a half. Texas A&M needs no introduction for their location. They've got themselves a pretty place right alongside the likes of KSU Gold and CSUF Fullerton. I don't know where CSUF. Yeah, the Guelph Griffins. Yeah, you can see it there. Fullerton, Texas A&M, and Kennesaw State Gold. Maybe a little narrative history here. Texas A&M Maroon, a winner of what some would say are Mickey Mouse tournaments last year. Lose out on Fiddle Dude, now playing with Nabber. They've been at least playing quite well today. Kennesaw State Gold, a multi-time victor of Octane. Now in a situation where they're holding out. Bellevue, new to the roster. Ottawa, not so new, but losing out on Mav, a cheater. And Bellevue, there they go. There's the knock drop, utilizing the Rolling Thunder. They could commit for the rest of this as TK's caught out from up above. Bombardment down, won't give you much safety at that. RJ, a final remaining forces. It will be a wipe against Fisher, a wipe against Ottawa, and Western Outlaws join just as quickly here. Final squads all divvied out. Couple final remaining teams. Kennesaw State Black, one of the few teams that are able to play the building that be. Remember, you can get multiple teams into position here. Tamu Maroon, I believe, already looking on the inside of this building as we'll take to the skies with Elixir to get a couple of extra scans on, yes, sister squad, potentially KSU Gold here in a couple of seconds. Here, Texas A&M Maroon able to get the reset off, and remember, Tamu only has with these gas traps to work with. I like Farmer's position down south. It will be choked out from height a little bit, but depending on the zone pull, it's not bad. Meanwhile, CSUF Blue, not quite in a position as of yet, but they do have the bridge to their name. Florida State Garnet, all but the same, but teams like Bellevue University and the Minnesota State Mavericks will look for their own exchange here in a second. Here they come, up above Bellevue. There is no failure. Once they have you in your line of sight, you are just a waiting target here. You look like the firing range to a team like Bellevue. Into the building that be, you have to wonder if anything will come between Bellevue and their survivability here. Juicy already flesh found as Kennesaw Gold is a tough roster to lose a fight to. They've missed out on the initial exchange, and Aegis misses the other bullets down. A couple of ticks from the Sparrow Ultimates. They'll get the scan back out on the stairwell, trying to heal for while they can. Juicy muffins down. It is up to Bottery to keep the Bellevue Dreams alive. But I'll tell you what, when you're working against former champions, you've got to face against the best. Even still, though, KSU now targeted by the likes of CSU Fullerton, and you have to wonder, where did Bottery go? Wiped out by Daxon, and now KSU Gold to potentially follow suit here. Aegis knocked as they'll be ticked out. It's another knock from Florida up above here. ISU Minnesota sharing a building. KSU Black and the likes of Tamu Maroon sharing, and Florida and CSUF sharing the bridge. 2 for 2 for 2. Minnesota trying to fight their way into the Iowa State Farmers. Tamu sharing their space with the Georgian Kennesaw State Black roster. The Seminoles and CSUF Fullerton up on the bridge. 2v2v2. We're pulling towards the southern side. Farmers have the building to boot. The Kraber in the hands of Group T himself. Has he earned his title of Thanos back? We've given him a lot of praise all semester long. He said he was done. He said he had given up. They had to make a roster switch at the very beginning. Hell, they lost out on Trev Michi. But through it all, the Farmers are potentially, this game alone, going to claw their way into the top 10 here. They've got a hell of a building. Minnesota is alongside them, though. Group T just wiped out the Sparrow tactical, by the way. Yo! Octane! What happened to stream? What occurred?
Let's relocate here.
What happened in Lobby B? Here for some Apex. Welcome, Dia. You'll jump into some final fights here. Kennesaw Black already paying the price of these deeper rotations. A beautiful choke from up above. Periscope, truthfully, done and dusted. A dash from the edge of zone as Limbo will find Florida State Garnet. The Seminoles axed in their final moments. Out towards the edge. Meanwhile, not much further for CSUF Blue. A crack from Group Tie. The Graber paying out dividends here. As there it is. Texas A&M from the other side will pick up that KP. Kennesaw Black now will turn their attention to Tamu Maroon, who has to be oh so careful. They've got themselves quite an exchange to reset him. Meanwhile, Hetty for Hetty on the bow check. We'll see how it goes. Kennesaw, gas traps down against Tamu. Top 4 remaining. I'll say this, the building was good for the long haul. Problem is, Mavericks and ISU now sharing space. It's that Kennesaw State black position that's going to look so good. It's got height until the very end here. I'll be honest with you. If I'm Tamu Maroon, I would not be peeking this as much. If I'm Tamu Maroon, I'd be playing this a little bit safer right now because remember, that building's going to go a hell of a lot quicker here, and Kennesaw Black will face their exchange. Producer's feeling very unwell, so stream got cut, but tragic, we move on. OI, it's how it goes. Ultimately, I'll do my best to try to check in with the lobby. I hope they feel a little bit better. Group T, single final, Kraber shot in the hand. He'll turn it towards the edge of Tamu. A 128 will be what puts them in, but remember, with the zone just barely starting to close, Tamu's going to get a quick reset there. Couple of extra shots from Asian Hulk Throw, and ISU's got to set up this push ahead. They'll drop down. Sparrow ultimate in tow, but it's going to be just against the edge of door against Minnesota State. Finally onto the inside. A couple of extra nades and a push to the exterior. Swifty with a knock return. The Mavericks to the outside. They might all be flesh-bound. Gravity with the power amp reset coming through from the shield cell as Schmalz and Speed Demon able to find the batteries that be. Iowa's Pharmas down below. Recovery out towards the edge, but Minnesota will look for this slide in just a second. Now Tamu Maroon crossing for the edge as the Nox gas grenade will burn. Farmers down and dusted. Reed with the follow. Don't follow. We're in our final moments here. Do not follow. Minnesota State Mavericks sliding down below. It is just one remaining. There's the caustic gas bringing elixirs down. The ticks are brutal. Kindly Monkey brought away. It is just Limbox. Final set remaining here. Picked off. And Tamu Maroon versus Minnesota State Mavericks are your final fight to boot here. You got one last remaining member of the Farmers, but Speed Demon with a triple take knock. You have to hope you can get the reset. You got no smoke to work with here. It's up to Swifty to find the coverage necessary. He'll drop to low ground, knowing he's got flesh to work with. Gas traps ticking, but a knock onto Tamu. Speed Demon wiped out. A full commit from ISU to help save the day. And one commit means the Aggies. The Aggies win it. Yes. Yes. Ah. It ain't a free win, Coco. It's never a free win. You have to earn every single fucking fight. Giga Maggies. Ah! Good job. The Aggies have done an excellent job. Kamal, shout out to Kamal. Kamal saves the day for the Aggies there. It's a commit and a half that comes through from Swifty. But if it wasn't for Kamal pushing against Minnesota, Minnesota maybe come out on top of that one. Hydrate. I'm going to put the score, or let's get the prediction going because I have to. Player team's fight song, a singular frog. Can you, Singular Frog, send me a DM. What's the fight song? Bellevue, over under 9.5. They get 9. I just take your points. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the predictions here. Tamu Maroon. Here we go. Over, under. What's up, Michael? Good to see ya. Tamu Maroon with 15, 7, 5, and 0. They've been ramping hard. Holy shit. Let's put them at an 8.5. Get your bets in. 2 minutes to go. Play CBAT. I don't know CBAT. Singular Frog. Send me your fight song. We're gonna ban out Bangalore here. Oh my gosh. There we go. Singular Frog's got it for me. Here we go. Fight song. I don't know why we're playing it, but you know what? There you go. New York University. Hurrah for old New York.
Old New York University.
Oh. I love it. Flower forget. Oh, New York, York University. Hurrah for old New York.
Old New York University.
not Giga Maggies. But you know what? Shout out to NYU. This shit's so ass. It's so bad, bro. All right, get your predictions in. Overall on the board, Tamu jumps up 54-55 behind Fisher. Bellevue in the lead. Ottawa Braves with 53. Kennesaw 44. 36 for CSU with Luforenton. The Farmers have jumped up into the top 9. The Mavericks have jumped up into the top 8. And there you go, 10th rounded up by Augusta. 4 games to go. 1 more for E-District. 3 for World's Edge. How do I add 25 to the draft pot again? Just send me a message. If we're up to 350, we're up to 350. We're going to do a 2-minute ad break. When I come back, I need to do the hydrate because someone just redeemed hydrate. So I got to go get hydrate for Uber Eats loot. Here's a 2-minute ad. I'll be right back. Let me go get a hydration. All right, I'm stinky, I'm smelly, and I'm all but man and ready. I'm gonna wait till the ad break is over so Uber Eats gets to see me drink the water. But for the rest of you, here we go. Bangalore now banned out. Somehow, against it all, the Caustic is still surviving out on these bans. 10 picks there. It's gotta go. It's got to go at this point. Insane. Full screen Lewis lock in. All right, one last. Here you go. He's asleep. I want you to know he is in a different room, but he's not in a room that's that far away here. I have no idea how this little man sleeps through me, bro. He's going to get used to it. Like, how the hell is this guy sleeping through me? Like, think about that. That is, like, absurdly wild. All right. Game's on the board. I don't know if we'll be saying goodbye to the Caustic yet. I see 4 on my face. We'll jump into an extra... No, Caustic will not be banned. Caustic will likely not be banned after this game, guys. All right, last time around, we saw Fisher break out into some initial fights here. Oh. Well, hold on. 13 seconds to go. Caustic was game 2 ban in the other lobby. That's what I mean. I will say this. Anything that allows Swifty to keep utilizing it is good in my book. I feel like it's an absolute sham letting it slide for this long. Uber, you redeemed to hydrate. Here you go, buddy. A little hydration for the Zeffy poo. That shit tasted good, man. Oh my god. All right. Here we go. Lobbies beginning. Stadium and crew, Bellevue, Kaiser, and well, the end of UT Tyler. Oh, but so quick here. Slothiel does get dropped back from the likes of Jonkler. If there's anybody who can jonkle on him, who can jonkle their way to victory, it is the Jonkler. It's literally in his name. A quick peek to height, though, sends UT Tyler packing already in 20th. I didn't get to check the prediction. I asked y'all over under 8.5 KP. The majority of you have picked under. Let's see who picked the under, because I have shit to say to them. Soares, not Koryu, and Alistair. Fuck you. Waffles and PD first. You guys are chill. Yeah, I can check them. I can check. We'll jump into Augusta Esports, who, yes, have been struggling all day long. Waffles, you bet on Tamu, and so I love you. Not Koryu and Alistar, you bet against Tamu. So I'm gonna find your address. That's all. I just got hated on. I don't know why. You know why. Don't pretend you don't know why, you little goon. Augusta Esports, they know exactly where you'll end up being here. Arcstar for the push, 360 swivel. A man bred in Predator lobbies will find the double drop. Well, there's the single drop. Here comes the double. 1, 2, 3, 4. Double knocks on the door. 5, 6, 7, 8. You will not participate. Ping, pang, pang, boom. Florida Gators go boom. My lord, that's it for the Gators. Absolutely defenestrated here. Augusta holding on to their 10th place position. Meanwhile, Iowa State Farmers, they need to win this. A knock on the Cloaked is a good way to start that. Kamal is low. My lord, he is struggling. This looks like me in my ranked lobbies, fighting for that final shield swap. He's gonna get, he's gonna get full thirsted there. In the end, it just gives the likes of Group T the time to rotate away. Could be found by Bellevue. Either way, pump for pump, it looks like we will see a bit of action breaking out between the Seminoles and Western. We'll see how that develops over time. Utah Valley Black, quite a distance away. We saw the escape from Group T. Could be walking into either Group T or maybe a little bit of Bellevue here. No, it's Augusta. I talked about it. Western Outlaws down the one of pain. The Seminoles to action. The Queen will come to represent, but no! It's Fisher Esports. They'll swim through the creek and they'll find what they come to be. Excellent double, massive cracks down from Dom2Crack, who, by the way, is on the likes of Lifeline. Quick resets always available there. They're going to be playing through from the heights with just about everyone else who are also still out towards the edge. Minnesota State Mavericks hear the shots, but that's not third-party material if I've ever seen it. Here we go. Couple of pops out from the back for the Ottawa Braves. They will be wiped out by Bellevue University as Kaiser Navy. We have yet to see the magnificence that this roster represented last week. Finally, Schmalls picked away, and there ain't many better members of Mavericks left alive. Even still, there's the third party from Dom2Crack to punish this roster, whether you like it or not. Dom broken by 460 there over on the side as Virus will be full thirsted. Looks like Ozek is running away already immediately there. Gravity stuck behind the knockdown shield, and while Kaiser Navy will get to run away, Minnesota State Mavericks, even though they're in 8th right now, that might be it. Fisher Esports did lose out on Dom2Cracked in the exchange, and this could be finally the rotate from Florida or Kennesaw State Black. Someone. All right, I'll say this. We have yet to see a zone scan, but the fact that there's this many people making the rotate to heights tells me that this is a northeastern finish. Call it knowledge, call it just assuming. Either way, Kennesaw State Black up above. The Seminoles not far below them. Texas A&M Maroon are also here. There we go. Finally. Scan information points to yes. We are going towards the heights, and that's why we see just about everybody. Teams like Augusta, Bellevue, Utah State Farmers, Iowa State Farmers, Texas A&M White, I believe West Virginia Westland have yet to make it in, all playing towards the edge. Here comes Augusta just across from Bellevue. Gotta be careful. They are separate from both sides of the wall there off of Humbert. A couple of tracking embers as Juxie's going to try to beat out this exchange, race the horses towards the other side, and there you go. Juxie with a knock on a Toasted Grill, and for 360, you got to pray you can get a knock on the Bellevue sometime soon here because they are ready and raring to punish you. Yeah. Oh, all right, out towards the north. Toasted Grill will get full thirst. They've left them. Kaiser Navy is inevitably found out here. Partially, yes, due to Dom2Crack Squad Fisher, but also due to a late rotation into the Gamehawks. Iowa State Farmers will see this rotate coming in oh so but late from the likes of Augusta. It is just 360 left alive who could be walking into Kennesaw State Gold here in just a second. Meanwhile, Fisher Esports, they make short work of the Seminoles. And it ain't much better, it looks like, for Kennesaw State Black. At some point, we lost out on Kindly Monkey. Couple of good sticks down there, and it's a big blast and a half that will find massive damage to Pump. Dom2 Crack, though, breaches through the door, point blank, and they will jump up to height here as that revive comes through on the Kindly Monkey. A final member from KSU Black there. We'll try to choke this one out. Already running out and away here. KSU Black will take to the low ground. Fisher Esports is low. I don't know if they want to fully commit to this. Tamu is on that other side of the equation. Somehow, some way, they found Kindly Monkey hovering with his iPad. Well, that'll be it. Zwifty, like I said, was on that southern side. Tamu, Maroon, they finish off the KSU Black roster. What is Limbox doing? I don't know. Texas A&M White. Man, they'll try to break through a whole lot of nothing here. Wrap with a quick heal out towards the edge of the shield cell. Will finally find a real chunk of damage onto an individual. Arcstar for Arcstars. Arc is going to step up individually. Sheila finally is paying off here. Double knocks on Otya Duke, and Kion Drake leaves just Dean PS somewhere to reset. If I'm No You and crew, I'd be getting a much better, quicker reset than that. But you know what? A varsity roster is a varsity roster. There they go. Dean PS escaping to the other side of the Galleria. Bellevue, Iowa State Farmers, and KSU Gold. The only three teams not quite in the lobby yet. Bellevue and KSU Gold. Holding out for now. Farmers, D1 Rats. No, Farmers are just Edge. They're an Edge playing team, bro. The Rats will scurry on the very cusp of the circle, all right? There is cheese. There is other things Rats eat, like human flesh, very close to the edge of that zone. And it's delicious. Not the ISU way. No, they're playing the edge. Bro, if Farmers aren't out of zone or playing the very, 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 very cusp of it, that's not the Farmers. They're not ratting. They're just taking their time. They're gonna walk it in. It's not their fault the entirety of the lobby decided to full send it here. And I'll tell you what, in the end, it's going to give the Farmers a much better position in this end zone in terms of surviving. We're going to jump on over to Texas A&M White, who have just found a knock on Aegis. KSU Gold setting themselves up, half split on the inside here. You got to be careful. The follow-through from Bellevue is always imminent. No, you wants to get involved and just barely misses his entry onto that second floor. Aegis still knocked down, wrecked, oh but so low. Quick exchanges on the misplace here, and you have to wonder, where is the Bellevue third party? It's seconds away. Bellevue, where are you? It's prediction, a knock on to Tamu White by Bellevue. Couple exchanges there as Wreck and Emporium misplace pull up the height. Tamu White does not spell out the full send and instead loses them in the sauce here. Gallery alone. Kennesaw Gold will sneak on in. Meanwhile, where is Bellevue? You hear a couple of shots, and they're going to let this one go. Bellevue's actually playing from the southern side. Full thirst on Aegis will leave Kennesaw Gold down to a duo, but given how much of the lobby's in heights, I would not be surprised to see them set up, or at least with some kind of... Not much to say there for Truthfully. A head shake and a half is all that you'll get from me. 9 squads remaining. Farmers coming in from the south side. Bellevue barely potentially mirroring Tamu White here. You can see them wanting to do so. Kind of a huge loss here in this time. This is about as bad as E-District has been all day, I will say. Alright, I think this is our worst quality lobby all day. Here it comes. Bellevue University coming in through. As you can see that drop ship up above. That means KSU Gold are back to a full 3 members here. Vatari racing across the bridge. Here they come. Tamu White has given themselves a building to work with. Meanwhile, Bellevue, they just saw that revive, so they're going to point their attention towards KSU instead. Other lobbies kind of peak right now. OI, it doesn't matter. They're going to combine tomorrow, and it's going to be this lobby again. Castle Rafter KMNG TTWF. Goodbye. The overall lobby quality right now for this one is 5.6, so it's about average. It's not the worst. I think this will be sub 4. This one.
Andiamo.
All right. Bellevue unable to really go for the full push here against KSU Gold, and instead kind of lets up on what was that push on to Tamu White. Seeing that they've got themselves a little bit of extra time to spare, they're going to work their way back into the exchange, and thankfully for Tamu White, they are very luckily moving into zone off of the other edge of this rotate. Here we go. Well, I mean, we're probably seeing a solid 1.2. Hey, average lobby quality right now is 5.6, which I would agree with. It has been looking like a 5.6 all day long. You can hear the shots from Bellevue over on the side. No knocks to represent. Meanwhile, there it is finally. Fisher from up above. A knock onto Texas A&M Maroon White. And for Bellevue University, I mean, it's just a quick cleanup. For Tamu White, I'm not even joking. Tamu White did nothing wrong. I mean, they could have gotten the zone faster and gotten themselves a position. End of the day, they chose to rotate through the north side. And that's where Fisher and Bellevue are. You rotate towards Bellevue and Fisher, you die. That's how it goes. That's how it always goes. All right. I don't know who that is who just flew above. But for the Iowa State Farmers, that could be their next target here shortly. Kennesaw State Gold, that might be them. They're no better in terms of their positioning. Meanwhile, look at teams like Gamerhawks Navy. Apparently, they're just able to go for a walk here. Reverse Dizzy and Strafey all but far ahead here in the heart of zone, looking for the coming rest of the teams. Meanwhile, for Bellevue University, they're going to fight it every step of the week. If only we had been 9th instead of 8th last week. Tough spot to be. Fisher Esports here. Up on high. They do extend a little bit down with the Dom 2 cracked. They don't lose out on this height yet. I really expect the majority. I'll say this. I think one other roster gets eliminated here on the cross. Down below. But it should be a 7-team drag out here for this next zone close. That's the Esports here will find the rotation of Dom 2 cracked and Fisher to try and capitalize. Instead, are just playing this one slowly from behind. They don't even have to rotate. They are still in zone. I like their edge decision making. There it is. Dom versus Fisher. Vatari knocked Dom on the other side. KSU Gold could look to punish this. Couple stands out towards the edge there. And from behind the knockdown shield, that'll be it for Muffins. With Juxie, the last remaining member alive. Bellevue University knocked out in 8th place. We might see the lobby officially slow down here, folks, now. Couple of extra shots expended over towards Sloth as a full thirst from Zwifty means Fisher are potentially down to a duo here. No crafter in sight. You gotta pray for a quick banner reset and a mobile respawn if you're Fisher Esports. I don't know if we got Dom back up to play, but it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, the Farmers finally out from the edge of zone. Kamal runs right into the Gamerhawks here, and you have to pray that they're going to find some knocks on the other end. Group T eliminated, and it is up to new member Asian Hulk Bro to keep this one alive. Mystical Maverick goes down, saving graces from Wrecked Emporium here as they allow Group T and the ISU Farmers. But in their final moments, Misplays makes one last swing to full thirst it. The Gamerhawks Navy Strafey, not much better themselves, but hey, a couple of good nades will pressure Aegis back for the time being. Incroc will find Serial Cat there from the Utah Valley Black. 5 squads remaining. Augusta, Tamu, Utah Valley, all in zone. KSU Gold and the Gamerhawks Navy, the only two not quite in it. The Gamerhawks, by the way, down to a duo. Tamu Maroons dealing with a little bit of a knock drop from UVU. Don't know what they're doing here. Now, while Tamu Maroon does have height to work with coming out of a heights area, it's not going to work much better for them here in a second. They're going to be forced to drop down, or at least play into this building. It's kind of confusing. We're going to see that late rotate coming through from the Gamerhawks up to the high ground here. Wrecked Emporium unable to get that beam while it counts, and so instead, Gamerhawks going to walk this. It's really, they were never going to survive. It's just who picks up the KP. Utah Valley Black with one, and now a couple of quick chokes from the other end. Beautiful beams from up on high. Augusta, another nice knock from Nabber across. They're going to expend the Sparrow ultimate. Remember that knockdown shield going to defend against the majority of it. And Inkroc barely keeping their dreams together on the very edge of building. I will say, though, that doesn't spell out well for the likes of UVU. They are targeted by just about everyone right now. Meanwhile, Texas A&M, not much better themselves. They got KSU Gold out in front of them. And the minute they walk out of that building, KSU Gold will punish. It is Augusta up on above. Kindly Monkey, friend of the channel, KSU Black, thank you for the follow. You guys have been playing really well today, by the way, Kindly. Currently sitting at 5th place. You guys are besting your KSU Gold roster. I will say, this match alone may change that thing. KSU Gold here out in front. Already shot out. The pylon deleted, destroyed, obliterated, eviscerated, burned. All right, whatever. Other synonyms as Augusta Esports will choke out the gas trap that they can be. UVU moving into Tamu's building as a pin's edge of cover. Swifty with that first knock onto Badger, and a couple shots from the other side will pressure Tamu down. UVU finally wiped out here, but it comes at the cost of almost all of Texas A&M Maroon. Burn for burn, Swifty on the outside, Naber healing as they will be quickly wrapped. It's KSU down below, Augusta up above, just like we discussed. A strict 3v3 exchange, but it's a Kraber snipe from this place. A quick Newcastle reset's gotta come through as the evac is just barely ticking. Finally up through the zip as the reset has just barely come out on the edge. The re-knock onto 360 swivel here. Misplays committing. It's misplays all day. Double cracks on the other side. A 2v2 is toasted and 4-2 go. Have to hold on to hike that beat from up above though. Kennesaw State Gold pull off the dub. Drunk as can be. Misplays with the Kraber to turn the tide. The drunk does it again. He may have beer in his system. His ABC may be high. But when you've got the Kraber in the dream galore, KSU Gold will always appear at your door. My lord, it's a good KSU dub. It's about as good as it's ever been. Holy shit. Can we get some love for KSU in the chat? That's a KSU Gold dubby. Get some appreciation for the goats. Balticur 12. If that's Baltica, shout out to you. Thank you for the follow. Scoreboard. Let's take a look at game 5 as we get some predictions in chat here. I asked y'all over under Tamu 8.5. That game, it's a 5 KP. They still at least managed to make it to the top 3. We're going to get that next prediction going. KSU Gold, a 9. A 5, a 2, a 6, and a 4. Let's give them a 6.5. All right. Here we go. KSU Gold, not black. 6.5 KP. 2 minutes on the board. Get that one in. 21 points for the goats. Told you. Shut up, Alistar. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Don't you come at me with that energy. I'll come at you with a different kind of energy, and you'll see how much I taste on you. I'll taste on you. All right. I'm getting pinged from Tamu White. Zephyr needs some advice. How do we live from this? Tamu White is survey with Bellevue on one side. How do we live from this? All right. Little Zephyr coaching. Here we go. I've typed in all capitals, run. All right. Well, hopefully that pays them some good information. 21-18 for Fisher with 15 KP. My God, they don't slow down. There's Augusta and Texas A&M making it to the end. A massive 9 KP from Bellevue keeps them competitive even though they fall early. And a wash across the board. Overall, Bellevue 78, Fisher 73, Tamu Maroon with some excellent placement today. Third, first, third, a little 12th there. 66 points keeps them competitive, even if their KP's a little low. There's Ottawa, who have been slowing down a bit. Only a 2-point and a 3-point in these last 2 games for them on E-District. Hopefully, a little bit better. Kennesaw State Gold does surpass their brethren, KSU Blue, as we are starting to break into these top 4 qualified. Here we go. Kennesaw State Gold is 1 point away from the standard average 40 fate qualification. KSU Black are 3 points away. And then we have some bigger dividends for the rest of the lobby. So Augusta makes a big return here with the second place finish. That'll push them up into the top 8, but it ain't defensible for now. Remember, 3 games to go. We're not going to finish it in 1 here. You still have 3 games of World's Edge. Farmers on the very, very cusp. Western Outlaws do drop down a bit. Utah Valley Black, Florida Garnet catching through. You got to get to at least, I would say, 40 points to be safe here. For teams like Augusta, that's 12 points away in 3 games. That's doable. For teams like Tamu White, I mean, all of them, it's doable. It's all doable right now. Even a team like UT Tyler Esports could turn on the Jets and get the job done. It's just getting tough. All right, prediction is all over on KSU Gold. Let's take a look at the drops on World's Edge while we wait. I'm going to run a little 2-minute ad. 1 minute. All right, little 1 minute ad while we wait. Tamu Maroon. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at those cusp-oriented rosters because that is the more important situation that we're in right now. Do 2 minute, get the coin. I sadly cannot run. I can't run any more now that I've run 1. All right. Bellevue University are in epicenter. For teams like Tamu White at 14, that is tough. Alabama all the way in 17, that is tough. Garnet in 12. Pray they do not come your way. CSUF Fullerton have been in 7th, but are not completely safe yet. They are the closest, but that is tough. Tamu Maroon, by the way, with Ottawa, Fisher, all out towards the west here. Kaiser Navy in 18th. Pray for your life. You are surrounded. There's gold too. Kaiser Navy is surrounded by hell. They have the 3rd place team, the 4th place team, the 5th place team, and the 2nd place team all surrounding them. If you're Kaiser Navy, you might as well find an evac and go to Mirage. Minnesota State Mavericks have been barely struggling there. It's that 2nd place game coming off of the first E-District that has kept them competitive. Staging, though, not too bad for them. You got Utah Valley Black and Western Outlaws that you could be competitive against before you really have to deal with anybody else. The Farmers have the Gators, Navy, and West Virginia Wesleyan. This is also, like, the southern side's a lot more competitive. Kennesaw State Black isn't going to take it to you too aggressively, right? So I think that's definitely, yeah. All right. Well, our ad break is over. Oh, hold on. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, he's just a baby. He's just a baby. Oh my God, he's awake. Aw. He loves that lion. Sniff, sniff. Kiss, kiss. Sniff, sniff, kiss, kiss. Whee! Looks like he's going right back to sleep. He might. Just rolling about for a little bit there. Oh. Dude, Lewis, you're so cute. Hello. Oh my God. He's such a baby. Alright. Let's get in the game. You guys can still see him up here. Lewis joins us on the cast. He's my co-caster. And he's playing around. 20 squads remaining. I didn't get to talk about it too much during the break, but we are sitting on a ban of the Mad Maggie. So, Newcastle, Caustic, these have gotten even more impressionable alongside the Watson. The Sparrow is your last real zoning control pressure to work into these teams with. In terms of like a legend, maybe a fuse, but it's tough. Dia's got tough competition. Dia does have tough competition. All right. I just read a haunting message.
Interests me.
I read a haunting message,
Enemy there.
and I might be spoiling it for myself, but with Bellevue University pushing into the
Move this
Tamu
way.
White POI, you should have run a little bit faster.
Are not available.
Couple of arc stars already right off of the bat, and you've got nowhere to go. Bellevue University cracking through the other side. One single pump onto Know You. And for Tamu White, just like preseason qualifiers where they were against the likes of Ottawa towards Dome with Cheater Mav, starting your fight against Bellevue for the next 3 games straight is a very, very critical loss at that. Look at Lewis roll around, by the way. He's so cute. Hey, it's your boy, Gothy. There you go. Tamu White, a knock on to grab. And we're down to one final remaining member. Tamu White down there towards the western side of Kennesaw Gold. Might not be surviving for much longer. We got one last remaining member. Meanwhile, Fisher was full sending it. We did see over towards the fissure down south. So they're tracking towards staging Mirage right now. They pushed Minnesota State Mavericks out of staging. Where the hell did Kaiser go? Kaiser Navy are right here, baby. I'll tell you what, though. You put Kaiser Navy in a premier lobby, and you see how difficult it really gets. First time playing against the big dogs. Kaiser Navy's got Ottawa on both sides of the equation. Peeking on the edge of wall. 460 will burn it early. We'll say goodbye to Tamu White as the Ottawa Braves are looking for a push of their own. All right. There's nothing more to calm here other than that Kaiser Navy are dead. They don't survive this. What did you expect? Kaiser Navy don't have the capacity to win against a team like Ottawa. They will never. Unless Kaiser Navy play this game 14 times as much and get a personal coach training them, Kaiser Navy will fail against Ottawa every single day of the week. Because this is the real competition. Welcome to Premier League. Think about this. For the last 2 weeks straight, every single team has been avoiding the best teams in Collegiate. This is the first day where the best teams in Collegiate have come to play. Why? Because they gained a massive, massive boost. Here's Fisher Esports. Point blank with nowhere to go. Utah Valley Black. They're not a premier team, but they're not as good as Fisher. Double knocks from Dom to Crack, leave just one remaining member stuck on the outerior here. Out towards the very, very edge of the train line. We're gonna look for the full send. Schmiggles wiped on both sides of the equation. I love my contenders rosters, but there's just a different level of pace when you get to the premier games. You have to be seriously, you have to be so much faster in Premier League. Jukesy already looking to capitalize where he sees fit there, as we'll see KSU on KSU hate crimes take place. Wrecked Emporium on a knock to Elixirs, and the rest of KSU Black are down to one, running for their life. Western Outlaws probably won't finish the job as Bellevue University, they've got high ground advantage against Texas A&M Maroon. Body with a burn in the back, though. Pressure away from now, up on this high ground. Hair was almost dropped down, and there it is. Jukesy on the other side will find knocks down. 45 and a duck and a peek away, leaves just Swifty to try and pull it off. Point blank there, he's got good burns. At least knocks Voddery. But here's the problem. You're all the way on the edge of zone. Bellevue's not going to get third party here. They're playing the very edge. So that'll be out for Tamu Maroon. If you are an edge roster on the cusp right now, that is one good team that you don't have to contest against. Meanwhile, for Minnesota State Mavericks, we saw the early pressure from Fisher as they sent it onto staging. It doesn't quite stop. Speed Demon. Central position in the heart of Lava Siphon. You have to pray they don't have Scan ready to go. Now, they do have the Pathfinder if they want to sneak and sniff this out, but It's just one bad rotate right around the edge here. They'll find. Minnesota State Mavericks on the very cusp of the leaderboard right now. They are currently in 9th place. And with 2 games to go, they need a top 3 finish at some point. We saw the reknock on the Kennesaw State Gold against the Western Outlaws, and now they've come to get their revenge. A triple scan from Aegis. Another rescan off the timing of the ultimate there. It is huge information down, but Kennesaw State Gold is already taking shots from the outside. The Kennesaw roster does not get what they come to do, and instead, Western Outlaws survive on the very edge of a Newcastle. Like I said before this game, with no Mad Maggie, with no any edge pressure, the Newcastle, the Watson are so much better in these fights. Payne locks Stanley Goblin on top, will keep himself going for now as we'll jump back on over to Fisher, who, oh my god, shot for shot, he'll try to run and hide, but Mystical Maverick will still die. Zip, zop, zoom away. Doom Strayfield will have to play another day. Can I come up with one final rhyme here for Gamerhawks? The Gamerhawks run as they be. They'll find themselves survivable, not intrigued. Alright. Kind of a shitty final one, but you know what? End is a go. ISU? Hey, I'll say this. You saw Mirage. Wasn't ISU. That was Gamerhawks. Gamerhawks are playing a Mirage, all but the same as ISU. West Virginia Wesleyan Kaiju have been held out on this choke from the Ottawa Braves. And with double cracks down, Ottawa knows they're just one good full commit away, but Cloak takes it just as quickly in return. West Virginia keep their dreams alive as they get that little health reset. You can see that power amp playing for Dean PS. You put the damage down, but now Kai and Drake is not oh so but safe. Couple resets coming through from Otyuduk as it's up to Dean PS to hold down the fort. A quick power amp as they will now push into the choke here. Grab lift for a little bit of cover as we'll say goodbye to the Iowa State Farmers by the hands of Fisher. Up on high, RJ with another knock-in for West Virginia Wesleyan. It is RJ all day long here. Fisher Esports, they're on to their next edge fight. The Gators. A gator versus a bird. I'll tell you what, birds do great dental work with gators. Holy shit. Sloth lost the 1v1. Sloth lost the 1v1. It's a double knock drop in Bellevue from shots afar. No, Bellevue's actually getting knocks on Augusta. All right, whatever. A 2v1 scenario here. Castle's got to go for this reset with the Gibby ultimate, and I mean, he'll get it, but he won't get much more than that. All right. That'll be it for the Florida Gators. Fisher Esports should be, I think, now 9 or 12 KP up from all these exchanges. My God. Ooh. Kennesaw does try to pressure again onto the Western Outlaws, and this time around with the Ottawa Braves no longer dealing with West Virginia Wesleyan, they can actually exchange there. RJ has the Kraber. Don't forget that Kraber on RJ. All right. Bellevue, long-range shots against Augusta again. I don't know where Augusta is, but they are on the very cusp of zone here. Bellevue finally able to get involved. They've been playing the hardest edge here in the lobby. A couple long misses, but finally a single shot will do Toasted Grilled in. Now the 360 swivel to be the last remaining member alive here, and he is nowhere close. Playing the heart edge of zone. Through mud. Fisher Esports, they've decided their next target. I mean, I can't even get excited about it because I feel like it is but inevitable at this point. Zero Cat with a quick, massive swing there. Does face the tick of that gas. Remember, it is hard to exchange, but for some reason, truthfully tries to commit to the outside to get that full wipe onto Serial Cat, and he just basically ints it. He ints it directly onto the edge. Western Outlaws, full thirsted by Ottawa, is allowed. Will get the knock on the Dom 2 crack, but it is still a 2v1 situation. Shield swap is available now with the full thirst on Dom. But Fisher have got their heals of their own here. They just need to push this synonymously. Revives available. And here's the problem. Now you've got the attention of a couple other rosters here. Nades extended out as they will be blasted with the gas traps. Drones are detected, and here's the thing. Fisher Esports is actually getting shot by the window. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Coco, you may be right. Allow gets the reset on the Crimson Monkey, and we got a 2v2 exchange here. Beam for beam. Fullerton Blue, they don't want to get into the mean machine. There's a Monk and Allow now rotating towards the train line here as Fisher. They're going to play for full reset. They need to get this Mobi out on the edge here. Fullerton now towards Streamer Building where UT Tyler will hang on tight. That's your pick. That's your pick. They're technically still good. 38 points right now and into the top 10. They've already breached 40-plus points with a couple of extra KP there. CSUF should be on their way forward. Meanwhile, Ottawa, another big knock on the Serial Cat. Fisher Esports, their aggression is starting to pay back against them, but Sloth gets the read on to TK. Trade for trade, but the full thirst on the Serial Cat, you have to wonder if Fisher are going to get anything more. They're stuck right down below Ottawa. Ottawa is able to get that reset as we tune into Bellevue University. Finally into Monument. They've been playing Edge all game. Balvini guy! Oh my god! It is such a shame you're playing against a Newcastle. Bellevue gets a quick reset there. And that beam was glorious from Balvini. That is as good as it gets, but Bellevue University are just so quick to reappropriate here. Gas trap will tick out, though, and Kennesaw State Gold are looking for the third party. Will Bellevue get punished by a third party finally? Aegis with scan for scan for scan. There's the breakdown. A car in hand for another chunk of scans here, but it's not quick enough. Bellevue now breaking down the castle wall will allow all three members to set up. Rex Emporium, though, playing the windows on the outside. You have to be careful. Bellevue now know this. Meanwhile, just on the outskirts there, could see some more exchanges. Misplays, by the way, turning his attention towards Alabama. He gets a long knock. Balvini guy, like a Pokemon that's going to evolve to Balverini guy. I like it. Little Apex reference there. Sloth has managed to survive, but not maybe for much longer. Augusta just got their resets. Shout out to 360 Swivel, surviving till the very end. Jonkler has a 2-second reaction time. Just straight up did not shoot that guy. Not a thought in the world. CSUF Fullerton still playing this one for as long as they can. Have managed to make it just barely to the bridge. If they can survive longer than Dom 2 Cracked, or sorry, Serial Cat, or whoever's still alive from Fisher, tell them. Woo! Come on, baby! Yes! The sniper's mark comes to represent here. But CSUF Fullerton gets knocked by Ottawa nonetheless. Still, Ottawa down to a duo, and you have to imagine they are resetting here. Tyler playing it out a little bit further forward as Bellevue left the building. Felt a little bit too much pressure there, and now will try to fight their way into what I can only assume might be the edge here. Sloth with a couple of knocks, and it is the Gamerhawks Navy. Fisher Esports, that final rat is found by Kennesaw State, as we'll see Ottawa, yes, commit to the end here. You know what? I loved UT Tyler. I loved the exchanges. But in the end, you're done and dusted. Meanwhile, for KSU Gold, or my apologies, that's Augusta. I mean, it's not going to be much better. You're stuck in the corner with nowhere to go. Your only saving grace is a third party here from KSU. 360 Swivel, though. World against it all. They have managed to get the knocks to the full thirst. Now Kennesaw State Gold, they're going to try their hand at a little bit of the Augusta action. Georgia comes to play. A couple of burns from the other side here, and you have to wonder, Bellevue are a third party available. Voddery, Muffins, Jukesy. This might be our first double-dub of the day. A quick teleport, as we'll see KSU Gold on the low ground. They'll dive through just above as well, it's Bellevue from every other side here. Here's the knock on to Aegis. A couple knocks more. One full thirst, and with one final remaining member, the Bellevue Bruins finish the job. Finish the job. finish the job. The Bellevue Bruins finish the job. The Bellevue Bruins finish the job and take us to our first double-dub of the day. There's nothing worse as a caster. There's nothing worse. GG Bellevue. Very nice. A remarkably clean game. The only question I really have from this game is how much KP did Fisher pick up? How much KP did Bellevue? Let's jump on over to the tournament information. That be a quick refresh, as I always do. First off, right out the back, we'll see over under here 6.5 KP. Want to get in for game 8 for the other lobby right now or later? Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Over under 6.5. 6.5 here for KSU Gold. They hit it. Congratulations, they hit it. Everyone retains their money. After this lobby's game 8, but, after this lobby's game 8. Maybe, yeah. I mean, I could totally do it. We could jump in really, really late. We'll just have to wait and see. Just let me know. Let's get that prediction. In Bellevue University, I'm just going to slam it. A massive one for Bellevue. Here we go. Bellevue over under 14.5 KP. 2 minutes on the board. Get your bets in. They're a full game behind right now. Okay. As a result, 26 points there with 14 KP. Fisher with 16 KP actually beat them out. 15 for Ottawa, 14 for Kennesaw. No one else except for Augusta gets KP. Absolutely insane. Just disgusting. WV Key. I don't know if you're West Virginia Key or just your WV Key. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Overall standings, 104 for Bellevue, they're fine. Fisher, 92, they're fine. 75 for Ottawa, they're fine. 70 for Kennesaw, they're fine. 66 for TAMU Maroon, they're fine. 45 points for Kennesaw State Black. I think they're 3 points away from definitively fine, with 41 for CSUF Blue Fullerton. Not bad themselves. 38 points for Augusta. And the race for getting into 30 seems to be the current hold. Farmers and Mavericks are currently there, but any one of these teams could jump in to a 30-point lead. Even Texas A&M White. That's only 18 points to get to 30. 18 points is doable. 9 points, 9 KP, right? Even third place finish with 12 KP if you get aggro. I mean, these teams can do it. They got to catch on back up. We're going to go to a 2-minute ad before we get into the next game. Of course, I'll talk about it a little bit more. Sparrow does seem to be the pick of the poison for the ban here. So now you have no pressure. If you're any team that's looking to capitalize, Newcastle, Watson, Caustic, they're everywhere. In terms of rotation, you pretty much just have the Pathfinder. So playing for your macro in zone, if you're an edge playing team, stop playing edge. This is your chance to stop playing edge. All right. Just brought my kids dinner, and we essentially playing as a 2-stack right now from what I was told. Yeah, I mean, hey, credit where it's due to West Virginia. You at least made it all the way to the top 40. It's not a good feeling, right? It's never the best feeling. I know how that goes. But right now, you're 32 out of like 140 collegiate squads. You're officially better than 25% of college. And with Envy joining that roster soon, it's not all said and done for West Virginia, but with 2 games to go, it's going to be tough. Quick Lewis check. He's awake. He's kind of chilling. This will be our lowest placement so far. And you know what? It happens. I apologize for the delayed ad break to those of you who are stuck in it. I did not expect to be stuck here. All right. Iowa State Farmers, they'll move into their own place of pace here. Iowa State Farmers are on the cusp right now. They need it to be as good as possible. 10th place. They cannot lose these fights. Knock for knock. Reverse Dizzy with the response onto Kamal. Farmers, you can already hear trade for trade, reset for reset. Strafey's going to get that put back together as Mystical Maverick has to play this slow and low. Kamal does not get full reset. Instead, it's a 3v2 against the Iowa State Farmers here. And now you're in dire straits. A couple of gas traps will pressure back as Mystical Maverick very quietly it's going to stick to Phoenix. There's that full thirst on to Kamal, and this is what I would say. With that full thirst on to Kamal coming through, back out. All right? Leave the fight. Oh, my God. Guys, ISU Farmers made a legitimate decision that will save their game. They lost Kamal, and they did not commit to a 2v3. They left the fight. Someone praised them. Someone messaged them. Someone praised them. A couple of good sky nades for the Western Outlaws. They're on the bottom here at 13th place right now. 14 points to go. Remember, they need like a 16-point game to jump into the top 10. This KP would start a big success. Damage down onto a Crypto to boot there, and that's a knock on a Speed Demon. You hate to see the Horny for Passion squads against each other, but someone has to lose. It's a full finish, and I guess Western Outlaws are just hornier. That's bad. Minnesota were 9th place, and they are now going to drop out of the top 10. Meanwhile, KSU Black, they will eliminate Alabama, and they'll turn right around for a third party against Fissure here. It's up to Limbo. Tries to pick off a third, just a bare minimum reset, but instead are wiped out. Utah Valley Black and Augusta could finish this, could third party the exchange, but they just aren't quite close enough.
We should go that way.
All right. That's a big loss for Minnesota. Alabama were already down at 17, so that could be it. Meanwhile, Florida State. If Florida State loses out on Daxon first, that means you're already done. Florida State in 12th place, and we are, I hate to say it, we're counting the very last chickens here. Augusta, a couple good knocks against them. 360 and Toasted Grilled. Yeah, that's it for Augusta. Augusta in 8th place. I mean, all right, let's really try to spell this out here. Iowa State Farmers are still in it. They'll jump up this game. Utah Valley Black are still in it. They might jump up this game. Western Outlaws could jump up this game. We'll have to see how it goes. The Florida Gators, they're all the way down in 19th with 3 points. A full thirst on to allow is pretty darn good. But you wish you would have gotten truthfully alongside it. They've got a ways to go on the zone here. Got to cross all the way towards Monument and Fragment. Woo! I am toasty inside my apartment here. Looks like Cloaked has found that knock from afar onto Texas A&M White. And I like the fact that they've already split. Meanwhile, Fissure took a chunk of damage in responses. We'll jump on over to Tamu Maroon. The Aggies last time around were in a 3v3 exchange against, well, none other than Bellevue. Surprisingly, we're putting Nabber on the Crypto. GG's, everybody. I'm assuming this is Game 7. Yes! We're in Game 7. 1 to go. Bellevue University not far behind the likes of Tamu. And I just hate anybody who starts anywhere close to Bellevue. It's a problem and a half here. Trade for trade. We'll say goodbye to Tamu Grapp in the meanwhile as Texas A&M White probably on their way out here in the second. Yeah, there's no you found out. Tamu White walked out by the Ottawa Braves. And in 14th place, they are not a team that will make a trade. Fissure deleted us. You opened a map and they were pulling up and we were dead before you closed map. Are you serious? Holy shit.
We should inspect that area.
Well, let's see. West Virginia in the bottom 10 gone. Alabama gone.
I suggest we
UT Tyler, I think, might be gone already. Tamu White gone. And Florida gone. All right. Well, there's a couple chances for recovery as we'll tune in to Tamu Maroon. One final member left alive here to run for recovery towards that Lava Siphon place. See how it goes. Fissure, though, in a fight of their own. Bellevue University, that's a knock on Nevada. You just eliminated the best of the best here. Meanwhile, Fissure, though, takes it just as quickly in return from not Bellevue, but instead the Florida Gators. Bellevue going to work their way back in towards Monument to play for reset here. Now, Fissure Esports dropping that lifeline ultimate from Dom to Cracked here. They're going to play for a complete reset as a beautiful bombardment doesn't find much purchase. Back towards the edge of Harvester, they're able to get a reset. Shovani, or Chauvini, thank you so much for the follow. The Gators come to play, but remember, you just got a full reset for the likes of Fisher Esports. One final remaining member, and the Gators' jaws are clenched closed. Down in 19th. Ain't much to say at that. We'll jump on over to Ottawa against UT Tyler. I thought they were done. I was wrong. Now they're done. Ottawa Braves, though. They're going to follow suit right alongside Rex Emporium and crew. It's a beautiful full thirst on the missed plays. There's the goated drunk down here. Wow, this game has not been a good one. I'll be honest with you, OI. With KSU potentially chased out by Ottawa here in just a second, I don't think it's going to get much better. Fisher Esports turning their tail. They'll look right back towards what I can only assume is a Gamerhawk try at third party. Tracy Aegison down to 9 squads eliminated. OI, at what point do you just tell Fisher and Ottawa and those squads they're just not allowed to play? You know? No, I'm kidding. They're always allowed to play. At what point does Pro League turn into, you know, at what point do we see Pro League players retire and join colleges? Because I feel like, I'm not kidding you, the only way to solve this is to have Pro League players retire and join Collegiate. Right? And they're never going to do that as long as Pro League exists. That one's already happening. It has happened slowly. Wait till spring. Shit about to become Rocket League. In fairness, all competitive esports eventually become Rocket League. Shout out to St. Clair Saints. They got absolutely giga-fucked this week. Holy match quality. It's not good. Tamu Maroon, shout out to them. They were able to get the reset all the way towards the south. The fact that they just ran towards the south was enough to get them to top 10. That's kind of insane. I'm terrified. I'm terrified to see what happens tomorrow in those lobbies. You can only hope things manage to chunk out a little bit better here. The one good thing today, I will say, hey, praise be this. The only good thing today that I have seen is the fact that Bellevue has only won twice. And they're the only team to win twice. A couple long-range knocks there. The Iowa State Farmers aren't the one to find that on to Rect Emporium. Instead, it's Lock Sanity. Western Outlaws. Horny for passion. Kennesaw State Gold. They'll be wiped out by Fisher Esports, who are oh so happy to take advantage of a very spare lobby. The less dense the lobby, the better Fisher Esports pay off here. There's Tamu Maroon walking it in quietly from the south side. Meanwhile, Bellevue, they're seeing what they can finish off here in Countdown. A couple drones detected. You have to wonder if the EMP will represent. If you get that drone break, that's a good go button. No drone in play here. And Muffins is brought down. I like seeing a fuse in the lobby, but we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping, hey, I'm hoping for an 8-game match point series. That's my hope. I can't believe Kaiser Navy has held on for as long as they have. Shout out to the gas traps and the knuckle clusters, because Bellevue has been slowed to a halt. Meanwhile, for the Farmers, first knock down from Serial Cat. It's a huge chunk of damage from Kamal, but remember, you're point blank walking into the face of Sloth and Serial Cat. 7 squads remaining. You have to wonder if Texas A&M Maroon's going to get a full thirst finish. Meanwhile, Kaiser Navy continuing to finally pressure Bellevue back. Kaiser Navy are currently in 19th, and they are the only team I've seen thus far to do this. Juxie is knocked by Ozek. How are they doing this? Quick reset and ascend. They're going to commit to this. Remember, Vattery is still available on that other side. Couple gas traps down as Tamu's going to meet their maker at the hands of Fisher here. Kaiser Navy, just commit for it, baby. Bellevue gets that reset, but they're all flesh bound. Vod low, Juxie lower. A full knockback is a nade from Lock Sanity. No, it's a third party from Western Outlaws, you fuckers. Western Outlaws, you idiots. That could have been Bellevue gone. Instead, Western Outlaws are going to allow Bellevue to reset here. You have to pray they can hold them out on the edge of zone. But they're going to turn their attention elsewhere. Bellevue gets to walk back into us. I can see a little bit of a crawl, but... Fuck!
Let's move this way.
How? How do they get this lucky every time? Watch this. Bellevue University now, full three-man force, able to get a precious and critical reset. Kaiser unable to be much better themselves. Little full dash out ahead here from the likes of Bellevue University will send them packing, and you have to wonder, does anyone have the pressure to put Bellevue away? 5 squads remaining. Western Outlaws will get pressured back just as quickly, and that's the medicine you will taste from not fucking over Bellevue. My God. Ottawa aren't far away from this either. Or no, CSUF Fullerton. No, Ottawa isn't far away from this either. They're point blank against Bellevue. If Bellevue manages to survive all the way from the edge of zone, I am pissed. All right. Out from their building. That drone will make its way out. 39 seconds till zone close, and they will turn their attention towards Western Outlaws there. And they are just very slowly absorbing space on this. Fuck, dude. How's Bama doing? Terrible. 17th place right now with 7 points. They are likely eliminated from the competition. Unless Bama turns into Fisher next game, they are done. Meanwhile, speaking of the Fisher squad, named after the bird. What is the bird called? The Fisher? Something Fisher. CSUS Fullerton Blue here. Stuck down below is a 3-piece. Trust they're going to win the last one? Well, Matev, Kingfisher. That's what they're named after. Kingfisher. Thank you very much, Alistair. Here's the thing. Alabama would not, they would literally have to win that next game, but they'd also have to do it with at least 15 KP. It would have to be a 15 KP win for Alabama. Never out of the question. I sure as shit haven't seen it today. Here comes the Western Outlaws, giving up on their space. Already Dom 2 crack with a knockdown on CSUF Fullerton down below in the truck. You can see the shots from Ottawa. Double knock drop down, and Bellevue ain't much further themselves here. No, Parksa. Request declined. All right, down to 2. CSUF Fullerton do get that reset on the interior building, and Bellevue are just barely shoring themselves out and across here. They sure are up on height, and you gotta play into it. You gotta play into it at this point. Here we go. I don't think a single team in this lobby really needs this more than Western Outlaws right now. Western Outlaws are 13th place with 16 points here. And, I mean, Ottawa's are just kind of back rotating them a little bit. Oh, wait, did Western get eliminated? All right, Western's probably eliminated. Every single one of these teams is already in the top 10. You're padding your stats at this point. If you're CSUF Fullerton, you're the lowest right now at 41 points, but 41 points is sad. Right? Here comes Bellevue University, a full commit and ascend onto Fisher. That sloth caught out there, and they at least want to get that full thirst, but instead are facing damage for damage on the other side. Ottawa with the knock on a Vatari and a couple of tick and a burn. If I was Ottawa Braves, I'd love to move in just to finish the job. They're going to play for the win. Couple exchanges here as Dom 2 crack further knocked down as you get a long-range re-knock. Vatari, Muffins eliminated. It is just Jukesy on the other side. Finally, we will see Ottawa double zip line across here. Get the job done. Resets on the interior. It's a re-knock with the follow-through. Beautiful from Ottawa. Cloaked, all 3 members. Fisher up above. They got a little bit of damage down on CSUF Fullerton as they're down to just truthfully. Here we go. Fisher up above. Ottawa on the outskirts. Dom looking to finish the job here. Remember, we saw a very similar finish just in scrims the other day, or just in another match lobby where it was Minnesota up on height, I think against Belgium. They lost it. All right. 3v3 exchange. Fisher on high. Ottawa down below. We're trying to peek what kind of bullet we can here from this little access point.
Need loot running here.
Couple walk-ups to the truck line on the other side, and Dominic Crack is trying. Able to find the break on the EMP as Serial Cat will send it. Sloth just as quickly, and from inside the truck, RJ's knocked. Cloak is still alive, but maybe not for much longer with just Cloaked up above. It's a dub on the day for Fisher. Mind you, their very first win here. It's Game 7. Fisher finally wins it. We've been asking multiple times. They're an aggro team, but especially going into match point, can this team win a game? All right, we got to move fast. Scoreboard predictions. I asked y'all over, under, Bellevue, over 14.5 KP. They had kind of a tough game. Looks like in Game 7, they only walk away with 5. It's a pretty distinct under here. Let's get another prediction going on. Fisher Esports, 29, 16, 15, 12. This is their only bad game with 1. 5, 22. All right, I'm putting at 5.5 or 15.5 or 14.5 for Fisher. Last bet of the day. Step right up. Over under 14.5 KP. 2 minutes on the clock. Get them in. I'm going to run an ad. For those of you that are subscribed, though, you get to experience the recovery of the Fisher Esports 41-point game. Disgusting as it can be. Look at that. The highest we've seen all day, 29 KP. There's Ottawa, Western Outlaws, and Bellevue wrapping up the rest of that KP. Gold at least walks away with 6 KP. So not too shabby for themselves. The Kaiser Navy for themselves. Of course, the overall standings leaves us with a definitive Fisher lead now. Bellevue secure, Ottawa secure, Kennesaw secure, Texas A&M Maroons secure. CSUF Fullerton secure at 49, 45 for Kennesaw State Black, good, 38 for Augusta. And realistically, the only exchanges that can occur, Minnesota State Mavericks and the Western Outlaws. 28 points before this game. Farmers would need, first of all, you need them to die, right? Or if you're Minnesota State Mavericks and Outlaws, you just need to survive. You're down to your final moments here. 2 points for the Farmers would put them in contention. The Western Outlaws, this is one of their better games. 12 points from this game. Gambling based on hope for the last quality of this lobby. Amen. By the way, this game was a 3-point, what was this last game? It was a 0. Game before that, 9.6, 1.3, 3.5, 6.13, 7.27, 5.45. Damn. So you're saying all we need is a 20-point game? West Virginia Wesleyan, 20 points. I'll say this, at 20 points for WVWC, it's not bad. Yo, I'm so out of Apex Men Out. Why the fuck is Valk first ban? About a month ago, they completely buffed the shit out of her. Added you to the other lobby for their Game 8, Zeph. Thank you. After this game, jump into the Game 8 as quick as possible. Thank you very much. All right. So we will catch the end of this lobby, and then we will catch the end of semifinals B. Top 10 teams move on. Right now, teams like Utah Valley Black and Farmers are oh so close. Gamerhawks Navy are oh so close. Florida State Garnet, they themselves a little bit further away, but any one of these teams, even Texas A&M White, we're talking about a 17-point jump. Here we go. Final game of the day for Lobby A. Couple of wide swinging picks in the final moments here. That final ban was a Pathfinder. Point defense is as good as it gets for these teams to work with in their final moments, but we are down to some bizarre comps. The Newcastle's still in it, though. The Watson's still in it. The Caustic, the Crypto, the Ash. Right? I wanted his apron for the sub. We're going to put it on the Twitch chat. Yo, Swanky Squid is always looking for new hires or new rosters at WVWC. All right. Always trying to put it together. Now, I will do my best to try and keep track here. But if you want to keep track of the overstat yourself, it is pinned in chat for our final game. All right? So, We'll do this, and then we will hopefully jump into Lobby B. So don't leave after Game 8. After Game 8, we've probably got another final game of the other semifinals lobby to get into. Iowa State Farmers struggled in this exchange against Gamerhawks. This would be the biggest dub for them just to take this fight successfully. Now, Kamal is already leading here. Asian Hulk Bro, though, and Group T are separate from the equation. Last time around, we saw the Kamal knock, and this is what did them in. You can hear the exchange. Oh, Asian Hulk Bro starts it off with the crack. There's no way they've got the power amp to boot. Kamal is already inside. UT Tyler getting knocked by Daxon, and finally a bamboozle for the foozle there. Already dropping the ultimate out in return, and the Gamerhawks, Huck, able to find Kamal in what was supposed to be a cheeky knock. Instead, the Iowa State Farmers are going to have to once again banner reset. Banner reset. Banner reset, Farmers. Oh my god. Group T commits. Reverse Dizzy ain't far away. There you go. Asian Hulk Bro is back there, able to get the banners, and they've got to stick some kind of recovery. Farmers, we're down all the way here in 11. UT Tyler will be the first team eliminated at the hands of FSU. The Seminoles get 3 critical KP. That'll be it for them. Actually, Juicy picks up Mango Soup, so it's only 2 KP. Meanwhile, West Virginia Wesleyan, Swanky's been praying all day long. Augusta Esports have gotten themselves into a pickle here. 360 low, West Virginia up above. They're able to get the choke down, but Kai and Drake with a knock on to 424. Couple sixes, they will dash far and away. OU Duke is chasing. It is a long-range snipe to get toasted grilled, and now it is just 360, keeping the dream alive here. Augusta, they're in 8th place right now. This is massive for everybody. Augusta in 8th place with 38 points. Someone might usurp them. 8th place with 38 points. No, Augusta should be fine. I overreacted. My apologies. At 38 points, Augusta should still be safe. But that is, I'll say this, that is one less team to deal with. What's up, Parksa? Sorry I didn't collaborate with you. You want the best, I'll say this, if you're chasing the top 10, you want those best teams eliminated. For West Virginia Wesleyan, that's 3 critical things for Kaiser Navy. It's 1 critical end here. TK almost goes down, but for Kaiser Navy, there's your 16th place team. Done and dusted. So that's it for Tyler. That's it for Kaiser. They will have to join us in 2026 in stage 2 of the Octane. Well, I would say Premier League. They'll have to join us in stage 2 of Octane. Oh man. Apparently something happened with Illini. Here we go. Wait, 2.75 gets you 14K a year? Holy shit. My god, what if I get a 3.5? Holy shit. Alright. Final squads competing. West Virginia Wesleyan Kaiju. We'll tune in with them. They're already into their next chunk ahead. The Tempest was utilized by Kai and Drake to start this fight off, but they didn't get the damage they need. Instead, leapt upon. Kai and Drake low! And you're running into Fishers. Fishers down. Black hole extended. A couple of beams back. They will leap with the Revenant ultimate to get out of the black hole, but they've already found Dean PS knocked here. If you're West Virginia Wesleyan, split apart and run. Hello, Jelly. Welcome to the final game of the day here for semifinals. West Virginia Wesleyan. As good as that first fight against Augusta was, they'll be knocked out. And they will see us in split or stage 2 of Octane. We're really coming down to the wire here with a couple of these teams. Final moments for so many of them. Already UT Tyler, West Virginia Wesleyan, Kaiser Navy gone. Kennesaw State Gold there, and Texas A&M White and Alabama. 2 teams that need to make the jump. Already though, Alabama versus Kennesaw State Gold being looked upon. Abysmal low. Report from Wright's Way here is Kennesaw. Already able to find a tick and a half. half. Tempest out here for Abysmal just in case the push comes through, but I feel like it's just going to get burned. Couple rotates wide from Kennesaw State Gold. Might push them into their end moments here, but it's a beautiful burn back on misplays. Mind you, KSU Black eliminating pieces of Bellevue. That's huge. Huge for these other Wobbies. Bellevue down in 15. A change for exchange, 2v2. There's KSU on the other side. Wrecked Emporium down 1 for Alabama. They're going to need a little more than this. The problem with the lobby completely collapsing in on itself. Remember, the longer this goes, the less KP you have available to pick apart. Fisher Esports, Iowa State Farmers, all down to their final moments. Reverse Vizia 1. Gamerhawks eliminated in 13. ISU running for their life. Agent Hawkbro finds a response. W crack brought down. Florida Gators just need one more to pin away Fisher Esports. Holy shit. Farmers eliminated. They are done. We are down. So many of our top restaurant-oriented teams, Fisher Esports, are going to try to click themselves back together here. And the Gators need to finish this fight.
Target here.
Rip Farmers. Rest in peace, Group T. It's over. The Group T run. The Group T response. It was amazing to watch. It really was. All right. Black is already in the top spot, but Western Outlaws, they're begging the Lord. They are hanging on at the thread in the top 10. Was Group T's team out? I believe so. They were 11th before this game, and Western Outlaws in Minnesota are still alive. Alabama, they've been good thus far, but they might run into the likes of Ottawa. Meanwhile, for the Western Outlaws, it's a massive break on the shields, but they are quick to get recovery. Kennesaw Black always looking, but not quite the entrance they need. We pray for the Watson to hang on for dear life. Ottawa double knocks down onto Alabama all the way towards the very edge of the zone. They're going to get that crafting geyser and maybe hold on for dear life. But remember what I said, even just surviving isn't enough. It needs to be better than surviving. You need KP right now. CS Fullerton Blue, safe. Texas A&M Maroons, safe. Kennesaw State Black, safe. Minnesota and Western Outlaws doing a great job to play zone. But both of them are competing against the likes of teams like Florida State Garnet and Tamu White with Florida Gators here. Actually, I don't know if the Florida State team is alive. Florida State died. Goodbye, Florida State. So the Gators are still in it. UVU is still in it.
I got one over there.
Well, I'll say this, PD first. We'll catch the end of that in a second. Don't leave. Oh my God, Western Outlaws in Minnesota are giving me an absolute heartburn here. Not really, I don't have heartburn. If I had heartburn, I'd take something. Actually, I could just give myself heartburn. You guys want to watch me eat these? Probably not. I won't be? Amen. All right. Tamu White trying to set themselves up for success. They've had a remarkable rookie year draft. No you and Arc, their first time playing competitive together. It might come to end here. They need to win into this fight. Your camera's insane. Autofocus, what is it? It is a Sony A6400. I also have a Sony ZV-E10. All right. I have a lot of cameras. It's years of being a caster. All right, Ottawa Braves, they make the push. Come on, Tamu. Fleshbound. The exchange finds Scrap. A point-blank Sheila gets Cloak knocked out, and it's up to Arc, but he finds himself just as quickly wiped out. No you point-blank. Able to find the crack, but now needs to survive further. A full thirst onto Cloaked is huge here. Problem is he's still in a 1v2. Couple exchanges from RJ down below as they'll get that full thirst onto Arced. No you, it's you in a dream, brother. You got to beat RJ. TK is trying to break down the walls that be as RJ's peeking waiting every couple seconds here. Those walls are only seconds to go. RJ is burning. A revive. It's a 1v1. No you versus TK. A shield swap. Up on high. Knockdown V-wall. The zone is ticking. TK to swing. Break for break. No you up above. And Tamu White survive. Here's the problem for Tamu White. They lost out on Arc completely. They've got to walk right into Kennesaw State Gold. Tamu White was 13 points for this game. That was remarkable. But nothing but a win will suffice right now for Texas A&M White. They have to win this game. They have to go big or go home here. Now they do have a respawn beacon all the way towards the south. Fisher Esports, last time we checked in with them, we were watching a runaway. Instead, now they're back together, a full 3-person force. And I'll tell you what, whoever this is, I can only assume Florida. Yeah, your journey's coming to an end. You had your chance to wipe them out. You had your chance to get this third party done and dusted. Instead, you will meet your maker. One final remaining runaway, and this is all said and done here. 10 squads remaining, and we are looking at some big moments. Tamu White with the recovery on the edge there. They will be able to play for space. Meanwhile, Kennesaw and Alabama, not much further away. Alabama still in the hunt here. They have a worse chase ahead than anyone else. Currently 19th with 7 points. They need to win they need to win. Not to mention, by the way, folks, Western Outlaws and Minnesota State Mavericks have made it to the top 10. That means the cutoff is 40 right now. 40 plus. So for someone like Tamu White, you need a 27-point game. That means you need a win on top of 15 KP. Whatever it is, it's got to start now. For Utah Valley Black, they'll hold on for dear life here against the face of Tamu Maroon. And as a duo, Tamu Maroon's doing a great job, but the problem is, you left Swifty up. Here we go. Able to stick this one out, potentially for a revive for Utah Valley Black. Remember, they were on the edge, 12th with 22. They needed to win. Badgers still in it here, but with those resets coming through, I mean, Tamu's but seconds away from punishing. Tamu White, by the way, that's arc down, and I think while Tamu Maroon will move on tomorrow's championship finals, I think Tamu White, it's been an incredible semester. I have utmost respect for how hard Tamu White has worked. But with just Arc left standing, or now, yeah, Scrap, is that it? That's it. That's it. No more Tamu White. They'll join us here in stage 2. All right, Alabama and Utah Valley Black, the only last 2 bottom-oriented teams in the lobby. Alabama, though, faces a Kraber shot from the Western Outlaws. And they will get this reset off. Now, Utah Valley Black needs an 18-plus point game, but they are stuck as a duo. Alabama needs a 33-point game. And, well, they'd have to wipe out 21 people, and that's probably not happening. They literally need to wipe out everyone in this lobby, and it's already looking worse for wear for them. CSU Fullerton fully committed on here by the likes of Fisher Esports and Kennesaw Gold, or just as quickly behind it. Domty Crack's already knocked down. Swap and follows suit just as quickly. One remaining member of Fisher as they will take to the sky to survive or die. Dumping down to the low ground into the valley below here. Kennesaw are down to the exchange. Just behind the door. We'll say goodbye to Fisher as Utah Valley Black join them. Western Outlaws and Minnesota don't get enough credit for this game. Horny for passion, horny for staying alive. Both in 9th and 10th place respectively, getting to the top 6 alone has now pushed the height of their qualification to 41 points. Any further forward, and I mean, I'm just going to say it, I love Alabama, but there's just not enough KP on the board for Alabama to qualify. We're pretty much already looking at our top 10 qualified right here. I won't confirm it till after game, but I'm almost guaranteed 100% sure on this. 6 squads remaining. Here's the question we now have to ask. A win is potentially on the board for any one of these rosters. Teams like CSUF are gone, but for teams like Alabama, Western Outlaws, Minnesota here, Texas A&M Maroon already has a dub today. Kennesaw State Gold already has a dub today. Goblin on top gets a long-range knock on the Nabber. I can only imagine that will be revived here in a second. Did Fisher qual for finals? Fisher qualified for finals, brother. Alabama will meet their maker. Aegis with a double knock drop, and I mean, it's been a blessed run, but with one quick zip and a couple of extensions here, we wipe out our final bottom remaining 10 teams. We're down. All right, here we go. Let's see how it goes. I mean, Alabama's still alive, but as a solo rat, I can only imagine Kennesaw is going to find us here in a second. Or someone will find us. There we go. Little exchange over to the side. A final shot will do them in. Wrecked with a quick shield swap. Let's see who wins this game. Minnesota Mavericks going to commit to a rotate, but Kennesaw Black, a trade for trade, 2 for 2. Behind the card, they will go. Zaboo, Kindly Monkey back on the edge. A gas will tick out and away, and Tamu Maroon here to play. All 3 members out towards the side. They look for the third party, but they don't want to overextend too much. Kennesaw Gold back up to height here, but they got Western Outlaws in that building out ahead. Watch Kennesaw Gold. They might peek this as that's elixirs down for the black roster from Pear. Gravity with the response from the filters from the Kindly Monkey as the Western Outlaws are getting sent by the Kennesaw Gold roster. Couple of rats from Minnesota and Kennesaw Black. Gold peeking the Western Outlaws as they will extend a pylon, a black hole into a pylon. We're inting. Western Outlaws, that Watson hanging on for dear life. Even still though, a Kraber shot in a dream. Burning on the exterior here. Kraber now poised and ready. Looking on the outside. Point blank hip fire. There it is. Wrecked Emporium for the ADS. Kraber on the inside too. Kraber v. Kraber. All right. Here we go. Tamu Maroon, by the way, they're the only team not stacked up in on this. I will say there's a hell of a lot of Kravers in play here. Will it be Gold on the outside? Will it be West from the interior? Or will it be Tamu Maroon holding the southern side of zone? Like I said, those Kravers are critical for both the Western Outlaws and KSU Gold roster. Goblin on top, hanging on for dear life as Texas A&M Maroon now already starting to make the exchange. A drop onto misplays from the outside as Tamu's Swifty finds first knocks down. Aegis and Wrecked Emporium, this is a big whiff from Wrecked on the other side. Western Outlaws are thanking the Tamu Overlords for giving them the opportunity to survive that much longer. Misplays is reset here against it all as Swifty is re-knocked down. Pear gets a reset there onto Aegis as Swifty is pulled back into the equation. You can only imagine Western is starting to walk out here from up on high. It ain't much better than that. A Conduit Ultimate makes this barely impossible to walk into. Full extension on the edge as Misplay brought down. It's a full wipe there, and Western Outlaws now poised and ready. Kennesaw eliminated. A Kraber shot goes wide, and they're stuck with nowhere to walk. Point blank, a full commit, 45 with a knock, 2 for 2, and Tamu Maroon is on a double dub of the day. It's a fighting Texas Aggie double dub. Giga Maggies. Hey, excellent pressure from the Aggies. On the outskirts, sends KSU Gold packing, and then does a great job choking out the Western Outlaws. Let us jump to the scoreboard here, because that is the only thing that matters. Let's take a look first at the prediction. First prediction online. I asked y'all before we got into this game, over, under on Fisher. They did not do it. All right. Your 10 teams moving on to the championship finals of Octane Stage 1. Fisher Esports with 145 and 109 KP. Bellevue with 80. Bellevue with 118. Ottawa Braves with 102. Kennesaw State Gold with 94. Texas A&M Maroon with 91. Kennesaw State Black with 57. CSUF Fullerton, 52. There's Augusta with just their 38. And then, yes, Horny for Passion, Western Outlaws, and Minnesota State Mavericks make the cutoff. Iowa State Farmers, Utah Valley Black, Gamerhawks Navy, Florida State Garnet, Texas A&M White, Alabama, West Virginia Wesleyan Kaiju, Kaiser Navy, Florida Gators, and UT Tyler are on their way. Low-key, Maroon looked insane. Maroon did not look too bad. Here's the thing, though. The KP is definitely a point of contention, but the double win is important. But remember, the rest of these teams were definitely, I'll say this, the rest of these teams were lightening the load as this went on. All right? I was drinking beer. There you go. Beer buff. Congratulations to those who are on their way to tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern. Let's take a look at the other lobby. Right now, Southern Miss, San Jose State Blue. Here we go. Oh, I've arrived and Lewis is locked in. Is he? Yeah, he's asleep. Southern Miss, SJSU Blue, secured. Cumberland University, fine. They just managed a massive recovery of 24 points there. That'll keep them safe. Illini, with their dub 2 games ago, keeps them safe. Utah, the Guelph Griffins, USCD. I mean, this is a much more balanced lobby. It is as tough as it gets here. And I'll tell you what, just really quickly, looking at the bands, Caustic, Watson, Newcastle, your mobility in Valkyrie and Wraith. Catalyst is the only control legend left alive. We're going to look at Mad Maggie, Gibraltar, etc. How does this turning work? I just got here. This is the very final Octane Collegiate Semifinals matchup. If you just want a quick reiteration, we're in the semifinals right now. Semifinals A versus Semifinals B. ALGS scoring, top 10 move on to tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern match point finals. There you go. We just saw the end of Lobby B. A. Let's jump into Lobby B. Are you streaming our finals? Yes, I am. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, I will be here to represent this finals. Now, I apologize. I have not been watching Semifinals B all day long, so if I misconstrue some information, attribute it to that. The team's on the cusp right now. Oklahoma with 36. University of Texas, Orange with 36. Hawaii with 35. Full Sail Armada with 31, and Southeastern with 31. UCSC Chopped with 30. Purdue Black with 29. Even Temple Cherry with 23. And I even see Calgary Exodus with 18 could make the jump. A bit of a shame for Purdue Black. They do have a dub on the day, and they're 17th right now. There's a car going off. Should have been watching this one all day. I had to see Tamu qualify. All right. By the way, those who are on the cusp right now, UC Irvine, 37, Otto Garnet, 38, St. Clair Saints, 39, UCSD Gold, 40, Guelph Griffins, 41. Let me unpin. For those of you who are curious about the scoreboard, here you go. Just pinning it in chat. This is the final scoreboard of the day. Top 10 move on. Other 10 eliminated. Here we go.
Enemy in sight.
I guarantee you, by the way, the quality of the last game from this lobby was a 3.49. So actually, never mind. I didn't say anything. Fighting has already begun for Temple Cherry. They're on the cusp, 14th place right now. Evil Howl. Brought down low, but with St. Clair Saints lucky facing their knock. This is a team they need to usurp. St. Clair 10. Temple Cherry 14th. Abezi TV and Rusty G walking this one away. Trying to take their time out. Abezi TV and Rusty G got to take their time. Meanwhile, for Temple Cherry, they're getting wrapped by Future Streams. Future Memes with a wrap. The Guelph Griffins in currently 7th right now, or my apologies, this is so tough to read. Guelph Griffins currently all the way in 6th place have come for some extra KP. Temple Cherry and SCC Low. Let's take a look at University of Oklahoma versus the Illini roster. Illini barely in 4th, but you know what? Illini is safe right now. Oklahoma Can't say the same. Even still, Somo knocked out in response here. The rest of the Illini roster is struggling. But here comes Parksa. 2 knocks already found. A follow through to boot. And for some reason, we hate Oklahoma. The Conduit ultimate will slow things down as Pabizi has to pray he makes it to the fence line. Extra information expended out there, so he'll just barely get behind cover. Another 15 damage in Oklahoma. Right now in 11th place. This could be it. Parksa has got a bone to fucking pick with you. Here we go. Pabizi stuck inside. And this is it. OU, who's got your name, your number, and your address. Coming all the way from contenders. As good as it has been for them, they are the first team eliminated and on their way to a stage 2 reset next year. Are we deadass letting Parksa do that? We are deadass letting Parksa do all that. He got them thicky on the bullet and the stricky with the gun. Excellent job from Parksa from Illini. For the University of Hawaii, currently 13th place right now. They're playing in the heart of Countdown and maybe looking for the KP to their name. Remember last time we saw the fights break out here, it was the full Assumption. Ottawa Garnet. They themselves already qualified today. No, they're not. Garnet is 9th through 38. My apologies. The team that is already qualified today is none other than Southern Mississippi. And for the rest of these teams, you're kind of hoping they go down early. University of Utah is a higher end team who's also looking for it. Point blank, nice flicky from Mobius. And that'll be Southern Miss eliminated. The #1 team in the lobby, no longer in the fight. That is a huge boon to the rest of these teams looking to survive. Meanwhile, Texas Orange versus Calgary. You've got the 19th team versus the 12th, Texas Orange. Calgary needs to have a monumental game, but against Texas, I don't know if they'll let them have it. Big damage down onto Caden there as they might look for the drop. The Sparrow ultimate finds a bit of purchase as they will get the follow through. Arcstar for Arcstar. They're already out of the way of those nades. Waikai is looking for the exchanges. They had to push for this.
Let's go over there.
Parksa, by the way, Stinger Bolt against Plum Toaster. The Guelph Griffins, they are currently in 6th place right now. Could meet their end at the hand of Illini. Illini is kind of popping the fuck off right now. All right. Well, looks like Illini does lose out on one in the exchange. Plum Toaster does get a little bit of a reset, but Sumo with the re-knock there. Parksa from the other side. Future Streams are playing this quite and mean. Illini, as good as they are, that is now your 4th place team, no longer in the lobby. This could be a big return for a bunch of squads here. Remember, the more of those teams that go out, the more likely we're going to see a tight finish. Gaming Garnet, they are currently all the way in 9th. They need to survive. We got a countdown finish with a landslide split. We usually tend to see this one bounce back slightly towards the landslide slide. So I'm curious to see how it works out. UCSD chopped 16th right now. Ratting, hanging on for dear life down below. Texas Orange was not far away here, but they walk out of the exchange smelling a little bit of the fishy fish here. Purdue Black, 17th. They're going to be in the heart of Landslide right now with SJSU Blue playing the north side of Landslide. As, we'll see who can contest for the final moments. Parksa low-key a Chud. He might be. That move was Chuddy, but you know, you can do it. Metagaming is Full Sail Armada. Out in a swing, a bubble to play. Vonkuno to give them defense to pay. Now switching for a quick reset. A nice EMP there will pressure them back. Full Sail Armada doing a great job. Able to find someone hanging out right in the corner here. Malicious with the push. And I mean, where's the knock? Where's our knocks? Why are we letting PB and John die? Oh my God, it is Cumberland. A full health roster, now Full Sail Armada here at 14. This is it. Malicious and Von Kuno, 14th place overall. And Cumberland has got you pinned. Nowhere to go up on high. A knock would have needed to happen by now. They've broken on through the door, and with a quick slide, they will find Slasher, but Malicious will go. Full Sail Armada joins our squads as another team that we will see in Stage 2 next spring. 16 squads remaining, 25 seconds to go. Calgary, Southeastern, St. Clair Saints, and Blue Falcons. None of them in zone yet. I'm ripping nose hairs out of my nose. Why? For fun.
Relocate there.
All right. Temple Cherry, push for play. Last time we saw them get into the action here, they were struggling, at least initially. Right now, currently in 18th, they need to take all these fights successfully. Even 3K, by the way, even 6 KP for Temple Cherry isn't enough. It puts them in 17th overall. They need to get into that kind of 30-plus window. So, this fight against Blue Falcons, who are in 20th right now, gotta win it. That crack to start from Evil Howl is a good place to be. Dropping the Sparrow ultimate in return. We're gonna take our time. Out through the door, Mad Maggie to pop, but from the other side, it's always been Dash. The Giggler will take a bit of damage on response as a nade from the interior evens out the fight. It's up to Evil Howl and the Giggler to get the job done in response. Evil Howl, oh so low. Wipe for wipe. Zac Attacks is much healthier here in the exchange. Looks like future streams, though. That's the problem. The Guelph Griffins have arrived. To keep the dreams running for Temple Cherry and Blue Falcons, the both of them need to run here. There is a crafter available up north, and St. Clair Saints are going to take advantage of it all the same. Don't know if anyone's used it, by the way. A lot of these teams, especially Temple Cherry, had to recover here already, so they probably lost out on that banner. Guelph Griffins, by the way, padding their stat line. That will keep them competitive in the top 5 here. Or, I apologize. Yeah, in the top 5. Man, F Rusty G. We'll see why. Lost aimer from Calgary with a knock onto Nkosu. Remember, for Calgary, they need a massive game. They need to win with 10 plus KP for Calgary. Anything less than that, and Calgary's done for the day. The Chopped Squad finally making their way out from the landslide area. I like the drill to work with for now, but the nade comes popping back. UC Irvine in 10th place overall. If Chop win this out, they get to jump up here, but for UC Irvine, that's already a knock on to one of their best players. Sparrow ultimate expended as they will now look for the response. The full thirst is critical here. Bit of damage down, and that's going to be the shield swap necessary. Little full push there right into Psycho. And I mean, you're not healing better than this. The wall is going to dodge it out there for you for a second. For UC Irvine, this is a critical 3 KP. Fishy, they're knocked out. And let's go. One more final remaining member here. For the Chopped Squad, it is all said and done. Here's the problem. Cumberland has heard your shots, and they want to get involved. Couple exchanges out to the edge of zone. I'll tell you what, even if you go towards the edge of zone, you're not going to survive for longer. SJSU Blue eliminated. That's your top 2 squad out of the contention. UC Irvine, by the way, that KP is big. It jumps them a little bit higher into the top 8. But if they die to zone, they're done. The St. Clair Saints, they don't participate in a fight. All right, there's your 10th place team eliminated. The Blue Falcons will hang on as they can. The St. Clair Saints, the 8th place team, eliminated as well. Slots are open, folks. The top 10 will change after this game. I guarantee it. We say goodbye to UC Irvine and SCC here. They just die way too early. The same for Temple Cherry. This time, could not make the jump. 18th place overall. Now, Calgary versus Cumberland is big here. Remember, Calgary needs to win this game. Harvester with the knock on to Zach W. Keys. Getting rid of Cumberland would be big. Meanwhile, point blank Southeastern Blue. Double knock drops against Gaming Garnet as Cumberland are wiped out by Calgary. Southeastern in their own exchange here. That'll be it for Garnet. Garnet, the 9th place team, your 8th through 10th place teams are all out of the competition here. It's a big dub for Southeastern. Meanwhile, Calgary just got that partial wipe onto Cumberland. Now need to make sure they are safe. 9 squads remaining, and they need to be the benefactors of every piece of KP. At PSA, they're full wiped out. There's the drills point blank, but Lost Aimer and Carvester need to hang on. A full wipe back with Carvester nowhere to go. That's it for Purdue in 17th. That's it for Calgary in 19th. Who's left alive? Southeastern in 15th right now. Hawaii in 13th. The University of Utah, though. Trade for trade, down for one. From behind the knockdown equipped. Mez is full flesh found. That's 13th eliminated. Mez, maybe not much longer for this world. The Blue Falcons as a duo get that KP. Now remember, for the Blue Falcons, they need a 20... Oh, geez. The Blue Falcons need a 30-point game, and I don't think they've got the KP on the board. UCSD San Diego, 7th place overall. Who else is in the lobby here? I need to know who else is in the lobby. The Guelph Griffins are safe. The Guelph Griffins have qualified today. Texas Orange. Texas Orange just is very likely from 12th right now to however well they perform are about to make the jump. Did Southeastern survive? Oh God, guys, I'm so sorry. UCSD Gold, the Guelph Griffins, Texas Orange. UCSD Gold was in 7th. Guelph Griffins are in 6th. Texas Orange is in 12th. Who are my other two rosters? The Blue Falcons in 20th. Now, I don't think the Blue Falcons, even with the dub, make it. Southeastern. Oh my God, Southeastern in 15th. Holy shit, that's mean luck. All right. Texas in 12th, Southeastern in 15th, and Blue Falcons in 20th. Blue Falcons are likely done here, but look at that. Southeastern have such a good pull. They need to get a couple additional locks, but you saw they're being targeted out here by the rest of this lobby. Now, it's not a guarantee for Southeastern Blue. They've gotten a little bit of KP, which should put them competitive, but anything can happen here, especially with how close the lobby is. UCSD Gold walking into Texas Gold will find Spicy Boy down, but from up above, Future Streams is saving the UT Dreams. Tied in low as UCSD wants to at least exchange a little bit more, but Lucian there pressured back. It's up to Rumley to hang on for dear life and keep this roster healthy here. UT able to get the reset over towards the edge. A peek around the bend as Rumley is flesh found. Waikai with the knock. All Waikai needs to do is get that power amp gunning, but it's a quick assault. UCSD Gold down in 7th place. They should be secured, but for Texas Orange, that's a big fight. The 5 points there puts them at 41, and the KP to boot puts them even further. The Guelph Griffins, they might finish them off, but it's a good zip line play to get Texas back over towards the edge of zone. The Guelph Griffins down below, hanging on for dear life. Blue Falcons still in it. And Southeastern in 15th place have now gotten themselves the 5K people supported their name. 9 on the board. They should be in the top 10 right now. For Blue Falcons, they did not get that KP. And remember, for the Blue Falcons, this needs to be crazy. A 33-point game, even with a dub, you need 21 KP, and they're just not there right now. So the Blue Falcons are eliminated. Even if the Blue Falcons are eliminated, they could throw a wrench into any one of these rosters' chances. Guelph is qualified already. Texas Orange and Southeastern both bottom 10 right now. Couple of exchanges from up on high. Southeastern with a knock one against Texas Orange. Jake holding on for dear life here against the Falcons as you've got the Sparrow ultimate to boop. Nice break on the burn there. That'll allow them to keep playing from height. I can only imagine Texas Orange has gotten this reset off in the meanwhile. Still, no. Waikai and Spicy Boy still playing up on high. They're finally going to drop down to get this exchange. And, well, the Guelph Griffins are seeing this take place point blank. They're not going to let that revive come through, and it should be Texas down as a duo for the time being. A commit up on top, and Future Streams, he might not know how to spell. He might not know how to read. He might not have graduated from 5th grade. But you know what? He sure knows how to play Apex Legends. A quick commit from the other side from Info. The Guelph Griffins You need Future Streams to finish that fight off. Texas Orange eliminated, and we're down to Southeastern, Blue Falcons, and the Guelph Griffins. Southeastern may be up on high here. But at the end of the day, I mean, you're going to walk right out into the face of the Guelph Griffins. I tell you right now, you keep them for half a second, the Guelph Griffins are going to decimate you. And it's a beautiful Blue Falcons drill to continue to pressure all but the same here. Either way, for Southeastern, they have at least made it to the top 3. That's 7 points for their placement at 38. Plus that 4 KP, they should be okay. Future might just be the lowest IQ in Octane, but he sure can shoot. That man is my, who is the Baltimore Ravens quarterback? He scored really low on the ASVAT, or the quarterback test. I don't remember. He's had a rough season this year. God, he's very good though. Alright. Blue Falcons down below. Southeastern holding on for dear life. They are able to make their way out of height for the exchange here. 3 squads remaining as the zone continues to pressure. Doesn't change the fact Guelph Griffins are the team on height. They have yet to win a game today. And the Guelph Griffins deliver themselves their first dub. The same to be said for Southeastern here as well as the Blue Falcons. Big ticket damage will pressure Southeastern Blue back, and they're going to have to climb whether they like it or not, right into the heart of the Blue Falcons. It's great, KP, but you're just setting this up for a perfect finish. Couple exchanges, but will go down. KQL follows through here. Southeastern take their time getting involved in the fight. They don't actually get wiped out as quickly as we thought. Future Streams with a knock. 3 squads remaining as we'll look for the full thirst. Southeastern's Avery's up above. Future Streams is slowly healing, and we are down to a 1v1v1. Future Streams commits to the low ground, and from up on high, Southeastern are a final dub of the day. I really thought that would go Future Streams' way, but for Southeastern, they do a great job slowing the pace of the fight. Let's get to that scoreboard. I did not get a prediction going before this game, so we can jump right into it. The other 10 teams joining you in the lobby tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern for Match Point Finals is Southern Miss, SJSU Blue, the Guelph Griffins, Cumberland University, the University of Utah, Illini Orange, Southeastern Blue with their dub jumping them up the leaderboard, UCSD Gold, Texas Orange surviving all the way to 4th place to send them into the top 10, and yes, just barely hanging on by a thread, UC Irvine put up 4 points, and they surpass the likes of Ottawa Garnet and SCC Green, who drop out. Ottawa Garnet, they'll be done from Premier League. SCC from Premier League. Hawaii Premier League. Oklahoma from Contenders. Purdue Black Premier League. Full Sailor Premier League. Chop from Contenders. Temple Cherry from Premier League. Calgary from Premier League. And the Blue Falcons from Premier League are done till 2026. Congratulations to both of these lobbies. A bigger shout out to the Guelph Griffins from coming from Contenders League. And UC Irvine, I believe, also coming from Contenders League. I better see a tier list of teams and finals. Show up early for the pre-show. I can say tomorrow I've got a hell of a pre-show planned for y'all. So, I know it says it starts at 3 p.m. Eastern, but tune in a little bit early. Tune in 2 p.m. Eastern. All right? Because we got some wraps underway. We got some surprises, some Zephyr final surprises for the very final broadcast. I want to thank you all. You tuned into Semifinals A, you tuned into Semifinals B. Good night, Alistar. Thank you to everyone who followed, and thank you for everyone who participated and enjoyed the stream. We got one last Match Point Finals to get through for the collegiate scene. Tomorrow, show up early. Get those notifications live. Kindly monkey a little fight song for KSU. There we go. KSU fight song. Last fight song of the day. The KSU fight song. They did great. Both KSU rosters made it. Congratulations to Black and Gold. Thank you so much, KSU. A little last fight song for the stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to do a quick raid. Who should I raid? Who's available to raid? Anyone from Collegiate we can raid? A little Collegiate love. Spread the Collegiate love. Anybody? Anybody? Dom too cracked? All right. Let's give the big boys some love. Fisher Esports did phenomenal today. Go give Dom some love, whatever it may be. I don't know if he's going to keep streaming. But other than that, peace out, y'all.